check. Drivers are getting their last couple laps in, and then we'll head for a drivers meeting at 12:30. So if you're in the pits, make sure you guys are at the bleachers for the drivers meeting at 12:30. We will talk about qualifying. Any questions about track layout, our judges will be in attendance as well. And then we'll head right into qualifying for both the 235 Gambler class and the Unlimited High Roller class. round of the Gambler here at the stadium. A little bit of a soggy Saturday going on here, so thank you guys for joining us in spite of the weather. We also have a live stream going, so make sure you head over to Raceway Park's YouTube channel. If you'd like to see another angle from our drones, share it with your friends. If you are a driver or part of a crew, make sure you guys share that on social media as well. We're going to kick off qualifying for the 235 Gambler class in just a moment. All right, we have our first driver on the line here qualifying in the 235 Gambler class. We have Jimmy Rayvert, my bad, got a little tongue-tied there. The lights are on, and here he goes. Keep in mind, guys, these drivers are working in extremely wet conditions, so we're going to see how well they can navigate this track. He does a nice job tossing it into outer zone number 1, seems under control. Keep in mind, when they cross over that concrete, it's going to be a completely different feeling than when they're on that pavement. He's doing a really great job in outer zone number 2, the longest zone, really feathering that throttle to stay in that zone. Although his speeds are getting a little bit lower, he's doing a nice job, especially given that there are physical puddles on this racetrack today. Transitioning around into outer zone number 3, doing a great job there as well, just putting the rear tires right in that zone, and makes it across the line without spinning. That's going to be points on the board.
Little technical difficulty there, folks. Sorry about that. So as Sarah mentioned, you're going to notice there's a lot of freestanding water out on the track, and that's definitely going to affect how these guys are driving. You're going to notice they're a little washy in certain turns, and on the transition over the concrete, it's quite a surface change. So we'll see if these guys can keep it together today, and what kind of runs they're going to put down. And we've got an 84.6 for Jimmy there, so.
Not bad for the first qualifying run, especially in the rain. So all the rest of the drivers are going to have to do better than that. So that's basically the spot that they want to work off of. So we'll get our next driver on the line here. Up next, we have Sergey in that E46, tossing it in there to the first outer zone. Doing a nice job. Little correction there as he leaves the zone, but again, these judges are keeping in mind the conditions on the track right now. Looks pretty settled into outer zone number 3. Again, just feathering the throttle, trying to keep the car planted. Pulling out of that zone just a little bit early. Just a little bit of a correction there as he heads around to that inner clip. Now keep in mind that clip is a judged point on the track, although there is not a physical clip there, given the weather and conditions. Throwing it in nice and deep. Again, a small correction there in outer zone number 3. And across the line without spinning, so that'll be another points on the board qualifying run.
Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like he had a little downshift right here at the end of the zone here in turn 2. Things got a little tight, and it looks like he clipped over that zone, that inner clip. 73 on the nose for Sergey, 73.
Up next on the line, we have Phil Silva in that blue Corvette. The lights are on and away he goes. A Corvette, given the higher horsepower, is not necessarily going to help him here today in the rain where everyone has a 1,000 wheel. But he does a great job entering into outer zone number 1. Not a ton of angle there that we saw from the previous drivers, but sets himself up nicely for outer zone number 2. Doing a decent job staying even there in that zone. Really blipping that throttle. Goes all the way through that zone though, so nicely done there. Coming in to the inner clip. Really tight on that inner clip, but he transitions nicely into that final outer zone. Getting in that zone just a little bit late, but he does a great job as he comes across the line, and that'll be points on the board for Phil.
Yeah, Phil the dent guy there, starting out a little shallow on those first couple runs. And, a little ironic because you can't dent a Corvette, they're fiberglass, but looks like he really got it together by the end of that, and I was glad to see him dump a little more angle on there. I'd like to see a little less foot braking, but we'll see what the judges say.
You know what's funny? Although I know that Corvettes are fiberglass, I didn't realize that that would make it harder to cage a Corvette. Like, my brain never put 2 and 2 together.
Someone tell me if I'm wrong, please, but I don't know if it's all of those chassis that are fiberglass body, like the whole floor, or some of them are aluminum, or I don't know. I don't know shit about Corvettes, so.
Yeah, someone else come and tell us. Tell this Miata guy
I don't have
and
I don't have Corvette money.
What?
I do have Cummins money, though. I didn't like the way he transitioned 1 to 2 either. So 60 for Phil. 60.
Each of them giving a score. We're taking the average of the 3 scores. So that's going to be on me for being a little late on the math there. Sorry, buddy. We have our next driver on the line, Nate Chen, a Gambler regular here today. And honestly, we should probably talk about who's up here yapping on the mics real quick. So obviously, some of you may be familiar with me, announcing here at the Gambler since basically the 2nd season. They're very tired of me by now. And we're joined by Dave and Jay.
Yep. I guess you'd say the host of Club Loose. I'm the guy who runs the mic and,
Drivers
does
meetings,
all that, driver's meeting and such.
Invitational.
Here we go.
Happy to have you.
Let's see what Nate's got going on. Thank you, Sarah.
No worries, man. All right, Nate Chen tossing it in here to the first outer zone. Getting his tire all the way to the edge of the zone. Looking really aggressive. Still settled given these conditions. Doing a nice job here with outer zone number 2. Again, putting that tire just right on the edge. We can hear that throttle input. This car is nice and loud, so we can hear him feathering it all the way through. Really standing in to get that inner clip. Really nicely positioned on that spot as well. Transitioning into outer zone number 3. Big flick in there, getting in just a little bit late if I'm being picky, but really nicely done here for his first qualifying run.
I was just getting ready to call him No Foot Brake Nate because he really got around there without touching that thing. But he filled out outer zone 2 here, and that was pretty impressive. Let's see what the judges got to say when we tally up these scores. All right, well, Nate's sitting right up top right now. 91 is his score, his qualifying score right now, 91.
Yeah, I would definitely say he earned that. I was really aggressive given the conditions, very smooth, so nicely done there by Nate. Up next on the line, we have Colin Cressett, another Gambler regular, and I believe somewhere rooting around in the 235 points right now, in the Gambler points as well.
But his name's not Croissant.
No, but it's a nickname. We can
Oh,
call
all
him
right,
Croissant.
yeah. My whole time I thought that's how it was spelled and everything.
I don't know if he likes it or hates it, but he's never said anything to me.
Yeah, I've never heard any negative thoughts. So wow, you learn something new every day. Let's see what
All
Colin's
right, we got the big Croissant here, heading for his first qualifying run. He is flicking it in there, super aggressive. Ton of angle there, tossing into outer zone number 1. Seems to keep it together, coming across the track to grab outer zone number 2. Colin's definitely known for that aggressive driving, so I'm not shocked to see it out here, even in the rain. Wipers going as he comes around through outer zone number 2. Pulling a little bit of angle out, losing some speed coming in to grab that clip, but that's all right given the massive puddles in that point of the track. Transitioning around to outer zone number 3, getting in there just a little bit late, but keeping it smooth, keeping it together, coming across the line. And nicely done there by our Croissant.
That was a great entry. Really aggressive, and I'm going to say I saw him, I think he entered before the second marker, if I'm not mistaken. Impressive, 83.6 for Colin there. So not too far behind Nate Chen, but he's still got a little work to put in.
Currently sitting about 3rd here, but again, these drivers have 2 qualifying runs, so anything can happen here. And if Nate wants to hang on to that 91, he's going to have to show out on his second qualifying run as well. Here we go, our next driver, Trevor Root, in both the 235 Gambler class and the Unlimited High Roller class. Tossing it into that first outer zone, tons of angle, little correction there coming into that first zone. Big FD guy joining us from ProSpec, coming around to outer zone number 2. Doing a great job getting all the way to the edge, but just a few little corrections there with his car's angle, first in the beginning and the end of that zone. Now that is a massive zone, outer zone number 2, so we'll keep that in mind. Grabbing that inner clip, straightening up just a little bit as he comes around to outer zone number 3. We're used to seeing Trevor throw down here in the dry, so he may just be battling some conditions here as he comes across the line and gets his first qualifying run on the board.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was watching him in practice, and I was hoping to see him scrape that wall on entry a little bit. I was watching him do that earlier, and it was pretty exciting. Sarah tells me Trevor's got a 70.6. That's a 70.6 for Trevor Root.
Up next on the line, we have Joel Richard in that S14. A little Zenke taillight action. You don't see that often. Taking his first qualifying run of the day. Little slow going here for Joel Richard. Tossing it in there. Just not quite getting out to outer zone number 1. Again, keeping in mind the weather conditions here. Same sort of situation, a decent line, but not quite as deep as we need him to be. Just kissing the edge of that second outer zone. Looks like he's fighting the car just a little bit. And I'm going to leave it in the hands of the judges on whether or not that was a full straighten. Lucky for us, we are not judges. We just talk into the stick, which I much prefer. Joel Richard coming around to grab that last outer zone. Again, decent line, decent angle, just not quite as deep, not really grabbing those zones. But he does have a second qualifying run. Hopefully his spotter is out there letting him know what he can do to improve.
I mean, you say lucky for us, we're not judges. I would say it's more lucky for him that I'm not a judge, if I'm being honest. Well, and seeing I agree with that score. This is 0 because it was quite a big straighten up here, kind of choked up. And, I mean, I'm going to be honest, he really wasn't even in the zone for whole turn. So we'll see if he can come and clean it up on his second qualifying run later on.
Yeah, that is why they get 2. Big fan of that. We're just taking a quick pause here to change some drone batteries. If you guys are not aware, we are currently live on YouTube. If you want to check out the live stream, see the view from the drone. But that means that we have to make sure our drones are all juiced up so the judges can see the best angle of these drivers and have a replay as well, especially going to be very important when we get into tandem competition. We have our next driver on the line, Josiah Fillets, hanging out there for a quick second while we change these drone batteries.
And what you want to do is basically hit as deep as you can.
All right, we're about halfway through qualifying here for the 235 Gambler class. We're going to go through the first round of each driver to have their first qualifying run, and then we'll get them back up to the line for their second. On the line now we have Josiah Flays in that borrowed wagon. Let's see if he can slang that thing around the track. I do love a good wagon.
This is a loaner?
Yeah, apparently it's one of his crew guy fabricator's cars, or maybe they co-own it. They have joint custody.
Wow, we got to start hanging out with these guys.
Right. Either way, looking great, sounding great as he comes around outer zone number 2. Looking pretty planted about midline through that zone. Really nicely done there. He's got a lot of car to work with, though, so really standing on the throttle as he crosses the center section of that track. Laying it in there to outer zone number 3. Doing a great job getting in that zone. Slowing down just a little bit to keep it together as he comes across the line.
We should give him bonus points. I think he's the only grocery getter here.
Yeah,
that was a huge backfire he just let out. That was
I will
awesome.
die on the hill. Wagons are the best chassis.
Yeah,
I'll die
I
on
love
that.
I love a good wagon. $78 on the nose for Josiah. 78.
Next on the line, we have Galarno Nicholas in that RX-7. Looking good. Had a little bit of bad luck in practice, had to get towed off, so great to see him back out here. Nicholas coming around to that first outer zone, just grabbing the edge of that zone as he transitions across the track to grab outer zone number 2. Doing a nice job. He's sort of just kissing the edge of that zone. Ideally, we'd like him just a little bit deeper and leaves that zone just a skosh early. But this is a nice job for his first qualifying run there as he comes around to grab that inner clip. The judges are judging that inner clip based on those 3 lines on the track. Tossing it into outer zone number 3, much deeper, much more angle. Manages to keep it together as he comes across the line. Nicely done there by Nicholas.
I can't believe this guy's running a 235 in that car. That's mind-blowing to me. Isn't that thing like twin turbo V8? And he's running a 235. That's impressive. And there's like nothing left of the chassis. It looks like that thing's been pretty cut up, but I can't believe that. That's impressive. He can keep it on the track with that. It's going to be a 68.3 for that bad boy RX-7 we just saw, so he's going to have to step it up on his second qualifying run if he wants to put himself in the running.
Up next on the line, we have Martin Langlois with some skis on the roof of that E46. I don't know if that gets him more points or less, honestly.
As long as he doesn't use them, I think we'll be fine.
He's tossing in with a ton of angle, but a bit of a correction there in outer zone number 1. Potentially even straightening out across that track to grab 2, but again, I'm going to leave that one in the hands of the judges. Doing a nice job there, looking settled in outer zone number 2. Really feathering that throttle to keep that car in the zone and sideways. Again, we can't say it enough with these conditions. I won't say as bad as they can get, but they're pretty bad. Doing a great job there, getting into outer zone number 3. Just a little bit late to angle there, but not bad as he comes across the line for his first qualifying run.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the judges say about that center section there, Sarah.
Yeah, a lot of situations where it could have been a straighten, it might not have been a straighten.
I'm hesitantly leaning towards that was kind of a straighten, but lucky for him, I'm not the judge.
And I do think there is a little bit of leeway here given the weather. You know, if they were to do that in the dry, that's a pretty clear-cut goose egg. But you know, we're obviously going to be lenient. This track is extremely slippery. These cars are not going to be reacting how we're used to.
In the dry, a move like that has potential to be disastrous because that wall comes and bites fast. .6, so he did get a little bit of a low score there, but not a 0, so he's still in the fight.
On the line now we have Connor O'Sullivan in his E46. He is joining us for both of these classes as well. Connor is in the points race for 235 and also clinched the points for high roller. It is official. Congratulations on that. He's more than 100 points ahead of the next guy, so great job here. He's been at every round so far, and he always really shows out, so not shocked. We still do have an extremely close points race for second and third in the high roller class, as well as the 235 class. So there's plenty of action here today. We'll keep you guys posted when we're crunching those numbers. But the lights are on here. Connor has taken his first qualifying run, just blowing the tires off there in that E46, tossing it into outer zone number 1. Pretty quick, nice angle. Looking really aggressive there, getting into outer zone number 2. Not even seeming to be fazed by those puddles he's encountering as he comes around. We're hearing all these drivers having to really feather that throttle for the really long outer zone number 2. Getting a little bit inside on that clip, but not bad as he transitions across that concrete. A little bit late into outer zone number 3, but across the line without spinning, and that will be points on the board.
I'm pretty impressed with that whole run. That entry was awesome. I'm going to see what the judges got to say. But, yeah, Connor O'Sully, very impressive. Podiumed here at Prospect during FD. He's been a regular at the Gambler, as Sarah said. And, yeah, he's an exciting driver and shows with a 83.3. He's posted up on the board, so
yeah,
let's see what's going to happen.
Tiny little baby errors there that I think he could clean up and get some more points, but that is why they have 2 qualifying runs. He's more than 100 points ahead of the next guy, so great job here. He's been at every round so far, and he always really shows out. On the line, we have Christopher Simeon in that G37. Very stylish front wheels as well. Here, tossing it in there, getting some of the wall. Really aggressive, but that might not help him out getting to outer zone number 1. He's keeping it together though, so props there as he comes around outer zone number 2. Again, not really fazed by those puddles as he's coming around that zone. Feathering the throttle to come around to that inner clip. A little bit on the inside of that clip, but he's really in the throttle as he transitions across that concrete and into outer zone number 3. Might be a little gun shy on the walls given the entry, but he does manage to keep it together, so he will get a score there for that first qualifying run.
I mean, that little lick on the wall, you got to be careful when you're doing that because that can really change your angle for setting up for turn 2. And I don't know what happened with that wacky transition for finishing up on zone 3, but I thought he broke an axle for a second. 58 on the nose, 58 on the nose.
I think the judges were just taking a few points off for that correction. Obviously, you're allowed to get some of the wall if you so choose, but if it affects your line in a way that is going to make you lose line points, then you will actually lose those points. So glad that he didn't total the car into the wall, and hopefully he can take just a little 10% off the top for his next qualifying run.
Yeah, you never want to see a dude wadded up.
The man himself, everybody's dad, Mike Knapp, in his 1J S13. Tossing it in there. It's like this guy's driven this track before. Doing a great job getting all the way to the edge of outer zone number 1. He's got a ton of laps under his belt, plenty of wet driving. Just absolutely planted on the line here for outer zone number 2. Again, just feathering that throttle to keep the car steady. It's really a great showing of car control when the driver can keep the car planted in these conditions. So nicely done there as he comes across the line. It's regular drifting, it's just much slower here in this wet driving today. Great job there with outer zone 3 and across the line. Let's see what the judges have to say.
Yeah, I'm hyped on that one. Mike had it locked in, you know. So no twitching, no funny stuff, just dialed right in. So let's see where it puts him with the judges. 88 on the dot.
In a way that is going to make you lose line points, then you will actually lose those points. So glad that he didn't total the car to the wall, and hopefully he can take. Chen did get that 91, but that's not too shabby of a score, especially given what we're dealing with today.
No, Mike's sitting strong right now. Not surprising with his track experience, you know.
All right, up next on the line, we have a Saito Det And it's a little bit like Anchorman up here in the tower, where whatever you wrote down on your registration paper, that's what we're saying. So if this is his real name, it's very interesting, and I love it. If not, feel free to come tell me what your name actually is, and we'll go ahead and announce that as well. But up next on the line, Saito Det, line in a way that is going to make you lose line run.
Whatever you put on the teleprompter, Sarah and I will read.
F you, San Diego.
Who put a question mark on the teleprompter?
All right, the lights are on. Away we go. This is that 370Z we were seeing in practice. Really interesting livery for Mr. Det. Tossing it in there to that first outer zone. Looking like a Duracell battery coming across the track. Not quite as deep as we want him into outer zone number 2, but he does get in there. Really nice job there, staying on his line through outer zone number 2. Great throttle commitment as he exits that zone. Really getting that limiter there. Getting your money's worth out of that limiter, buddy. Transitioning across the concrete into that third outer zone, manages to keep it out of the wall. Again, just absolutely using his money's worth out of that limiter and across the line.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I really wish he would have shifted up a gear on the second half of the track. That was a little unruly. I'm just really not a fan of VQs. I don't know anyone that is, especially not the way they sound, but I like the livery. It looks like a Bumblebee, so let's see what he got. 71, not bad for the Bumblebee car. What's his name? Saito Det. Yeah, 73.
Up next on the line is Jake Moole. Jake Moole in that 1 Series. I like that livery as well. Apparently it's a turbo V8. Chris Knapp is telling us right now, which, you know, what's not to like? For me, big V8 guy. All right, he's taking his first qualifying run there, tossing it into outer zone number 1. Nice job setting himself up for that zone. Little conservative entry, but he keeps it on the line as he transitions across the track and into outer zone number 2. We're not, okay, now we're here in that V8. I was just about to say. Good job there, staying settled in that second outer zone. Small correction as he exits the zone to come around to grab that inner clip. Just a little bit slower than we've seen some of the other cars navigate through this track, but hey, a conservative run for your first qualifying run, not a bad thing. Nice and deep in outer zone number 3. Really well done here as he crosses the line. Great job by Jake Moole.
That car seems like it transitions really, really weird. It just seems to like stop moving and drift for a second, straighten out, and then catch its transition. It's just very wacky. I don't know if it's the grip setup or his tire pressure or Chris Knapp telling me it's the Ackerman. All right. Oh, all right. Learn something new every day.
Line in a way that is going to make you lose.
$61.3 for Jake. Up next, a Club Loose regular, Tim Frito Wilson. This car has literally been to hell and back twice.
You can see it.
Yeah, 3 times probably.
No stranger to the Gambler. We always see him driving super aggressive. He's done both layouts here. Love to see it, and obviously he's proven our point here by really hucking this in on the entry in true Frito fashion. Coming around outer zone number 1. Nicely done there, picking up speed across the center section of the track to grab outer zone number 2. Almost all the way to the edge, really deep in that zone. Looking settled, feathering that throttle coming around. Really nicely done there by Frito. Losing a little bit of speed to that puddle, but he's keeping it together. Really nicely positioned on that inner clip and transitioning around, putting that angle on there to get all the way in outer zone number 3. Great adjustment there by Frito, and across the line for his first qualifying run.
Yeah, you see he really put some English on that entry, you know. And, I mean, Frito always drives super aggressive, so that was exactly what I expected from him. So, I mean, folks at home are probably pretty impressed with it, but like I said, exactly what I expected from him. 81 for Mr. Frito. 81. He's sitting comfortable in qualifying.
Our final driver here to take their first qualifying run, we are going to run back down the list, is Jaden Matarana. He is joining us from the high roller class as well, a little bit of last minute entry into the 235 class, the gambler class. He's sitting on the line here getting ready to take his first qualifying run. Of course, we are taking a quick second to change those drone batteries, and we'll be back out for his qualifying run.
So he's running both classes. I'm going to call that doubling down. Yep.
We got a couple doubling down.
Yeah, quite a few of them.
All right, Jaden taking his first qualifying run there in that Corvette, tossing it in there to outer zone number 1. Really aggressive, losing a little bit of speed to that angle, but I think that's all right. Doing a nice job crossing that track, getting back into the angle in the other direction to grab outer zone number 2. Looking really settled, feathering that throttle around that zone. Little adjustment towards the end of the zone, but overall, really nicely done there as he comes around to grab that inner flip. Transitioning across the track, getting back in the throttle, a little left foot brake there to grab outer zone number 3. Really nicely done there as well. Pouring the angle on, getting that zone. And across the line for his first qualifying run.
Really, really nice entry there. Seemed to really lock it in. He was dialed in practice, it seemed. You know, no washiness, which, you know, we don't want to see. We don't want to see the wiggling of the wheel or you going all over the track, nothing like that. And Jaden seemed to really have it locked in. .83 for Jaden. 88.3. So now we're going to run it back from the top here in the 235 class, heading right back to where we started.
The good news is the conditions did not get any more wet since the first qualifying runs.
I don't really think you can get any wetter.
Nope. All right, the lights are out. Jimmy Ravert taking his second qualifying run. Gambler regular here in that blue S13. Tossing it in there, nice and aggressive for outer zone number 1. Okay. Really great look in that Miles Garage S13 coming around that second outer zone. Looking more comfy than his first qualifying run for sure. Just staying in that throttle, keeping that car planted coming around outer zone number 2. Pulling some angle out to come around to grab that clip, losing just a little bit of speed, but again, it is soaked out there, guys. Transitioning across the track to grab outer zone number 3, pouring the angle on. Let's see if he can keep it together. Slowing down, but he's across the line, and that's in the books.
Interesting to see these guys getting more and more comfortable through practice and through qualifying here. So we'll see what the judges have to say about Jimmy's run there. 87.6. He's picking up a couple extra points there. Not bad. 87.6.
Up next on the line, we have Sergey. He's got a 73 from his first qualifying run. All right, the lights are on, and away we go for Sergey's second qualifying run.
A little slow on the takeoff here.
A little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and blame it on the weather, as I've been doing. He is sitting on that 73, as we said before. Looking smooth through 1, pouring on the angle here for outer zone number 2, getting all the way to the edge. Really nicely done there in that mismatched E46. Really bogging that thing down as he comes around outer zone number 2. Coming across the puddle section of the track, just grabbing the edge of that inner clip point and transitioning to grab outer zone number 3. Throwing it in there, not quite as early into 3 as we'd like to see him. Coming around that zone, grabbing some dirt as he comes across the line, and we will let you know what the judges say.
Yeah, I got to say that was just an average run there. There's nothing too impressive there, and nothing too bad either, though. So we'll see what the judges have to say.
Blame it on the weather, as I've been doing. He is sitting on that 73, as we said before. Looking smooth through 1, pouring on the angle here for outer zone number 2, getting all the way to the edge. Really nicely done there in that mismatched E46. Really bogging that thing down as he comes around outer zone number 2. Coming across the puddle section of the track, just grabbing the edge of that inner clip point. And Max Kimlin, if you want to go look him up, that is 100% the worst lap of drifting I've ever watched. All right, we have Phil on the line, Phil Silva in that blue Corvette. Struggling just a little bit to get sideways, but he does have points on the board with his 65.3.
A little twitchy.
A little twitchy in that first outer zone, but let's see if he can get it settled for the second outer zone. Doing a nice job coming around, getting all the way to the edge. Really well done there with outer zone number 2. Good save. Let's see how he does here, exiting that zone to grab that inner clip. And transitioning across the track again. Worth noting that it's concrete in the center, asphalt on the sides. It definitely affects how the car feels. Doing a nice job in outer zone number 3 and across the line.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the judges take into account that entry, because that was a very, very twitchy. Vets are naturally very grippy, so if you're not fully committed in these things, they're just going to want to grab and grip. Looked like Phil was struggling there for a second. All right, 62.3, so Phil's going to keep his 65 that he had from the last heat.
Moving on to Nate Chen on the line here. Still our number 1 qualifier at this point in time with that 91. Again, this is drifting, so anything can happen here on out. But Nate, I'm assuming, wants to hang on to that top spot. So we'll see what he's got for us, see if he can step up that aggression that we saw in his first qualifying run.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Nate lays down here. That 91 was pretty impressive before. I'm interested to see if he keeps it reserved or he really lays it all out to try and kick it up another notch.
All right, the lights are out. Nate Chen is taking his second qualifying run. He's looking crazy already, blowing the tires off of it there. Doing a nice job really putting his car exactly where we want it in that first outer zone. Really well done here, crossing the track, pouring the angle on to get to the edge of outer zone number 2. This guy wanted a sight lap. This is wild here. Doing a great job with outer zone number 2. Really feathering that throttle, coming around to grab that inner clip. Nate Chen joining us from Formula Drift, coming down to the game there with a lot of FP Pro Spec and Pro guys joining us. Doing a great job there with outer zone number 3 to slow him down just a little bit as he crosses the line.
I'm psyched to see Nate chose the ladder and decided to lay it out there rather than being reserved and calm.
Same. I like that better as well.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I know, I'm on the save.
Wow, 90 93.3. So Nate Chen still sitting on top as far as qualifying goes. He just bumped his score up by about 2-3 points.
Well
So,
earned as well. I'll say
yeah,
he definitely deserved that.
That was impressive.
Yeah,
So
you love to see it. All right, we have Colin Croissant on the line in that G35. Pretty sure that is a single turbo on that VQ. He did correct me when I called it a twin turbo one time. So let's see another really aggressive driver. Let's see what he's got for us. Currently sitting on an 83.6, tossing it in a ton of angle into outer zone number 1, and he hangs onto it as he comes across the track to grab outer zone number 2. All of that aggression here out of Colin Cassette, coming around all the way to the edge. His rear tire was planted on the edge of outer 2, and it still is, even getting some little bit of the mud puddle there in outer zone number 2. You are allowed to dip a tire. 2 tires off is a small deduction. Any more than that, that's going to be a goose egg. But ton of aggression there, throwing it into outer zone number 3 as well. And across the line, let's see if that aggressive lap pays off for Colin.
You know, our poor media folk here getting that rooster tail of mud over there in the outside of turn 2. Get a thumbs up. That's awesome. He's doing all right. Yeah, we'll see where that sticks Colin in terms of qualifying. That was quite a run.
Aggressive driver. Let's see what he's got for us. Currently sitting on an 83.6, tossing it in a ton of angle into outer zone number 1, and he hangs onto it as he comes across the track to grab outer zone number 2. All of that aggression here out of Colin Cassette, coming around all the way to the edge. His rear tire was planted on the edge of outer 2, and it still is, even getting some little bit of the mud puddle there in outer zone number 2. You are allowed to dip a tire. 2 tires off is another way to say it, but that was a ballsy run, especially since the edge of that track in outer zone 2 is slanted, to put some tires off into the dirt. So
yeah, that can really pull you outward.
For
disaster.
Sure. All right, we have Trevor Root on the line here, tossing it in there. A lot of aggression here in outer zone number 1, but a bit of a correction there in that zone. Tossing it in here to outer zone number 2. He's got his rear tire all the way on the line, nice and deep in that zone. Well done there by Trevor Root. Doing a great job, not as many corrections as his first run. Keeping the car sideways, little twitchy there exiting outer 2. Nice inside line on that clip. Transitioning around to outer zone number 3. Really tossing it in there, but he manages to keep that out of the wall and across the line. Let's see if he can pick up a few more points. He's currently sitting on a 70.6.
Trevor Root looking much better on this run than he did last time. Interested to see what the judges say here.
Our next driver, Joel Richard, is actually on a goose egg. He did not get a score for his first run because he did have a straighten. If you guys remember, he was just struggling a little bit to keep that car sideways, exiting 2, and he wasn't quite as deep as we want to see him in those zones. So hopefully he was able to talk with a spotter, maybe watch the live stream back, great resource, and pick up some more scores. Oh, I'm sorry. Went ahead and calculated all the scores and then didn't ask. So Trevor Root with an 82.6 and 82.6, and that will get a few more points on the board for our previous driver, Trevor Root.
All right, so he's sitting pretty. He's comfortable. It's not a Nate Chen run, but we'll see if he's got what it takes to clean it up later. Well, right now it is. I mean, no one else is done. You know,
you ain't wrong.
No one else is sitting on 90, so we'll see what happens.
All right, we have Joel Richard taking his second qualifying run that we just told you guys about. He is on a 0, so he's kind of do or die right now. We need him to put some points on the board. Small correction in outer zone number 1, but he does get a little bit deeper than he was the first time around. See if he can float that car into outer zone number 2. Gets in a little bit late, but he is in that zone there. Here's where it went to go a little sideways last time. He does manage to keep the car from straightening, exiting that zone. Puts it right where it should be for that inner clip. Transitioning around to grab outer zone number 3. Lots of angle there. Let's see if he can keep it together, and he does not. Unfortunately, that is going to be another 0 for the boy.
Double 0, so yep, I'll be the first one.
All right, we have Joel Richard taking his second qualifying run that we just told you guys about. He is on a 0, so he's kind of do or die right now. We need him to put some points on the board. Small correction in outer zone number 1, but he does get a little bit deeper than he was the first time around. See if he can float that car into outer zone number 2. Gets in a little bit late, but he is in that zone there. Here's where it went to go a little sideways last time. He does manage to keep the car from straightening, exiting that zone. Puts it right where it should be for that inner clip. Transitioning around. I'm going to say my favorite car out here today is this one. Let's see what he's got for us. He's currently sitting on a 78. Josiah tossing it in there to that outer zone. Grabbing some of the wall, it looks like, from this angle. Doing a great job keeping it together, although he grabs a little bit of entry. Getting nice and deep, getting the wall again. Oh, that poor wagon getting in the mud a little bit in outer zone number 2. Doesn't look like it took on too much damage. I don't believe his line was affected by it too much. But again, we're going to let the judges take a closer look at that. Coming across the track, getting nice and deep in outer zone number 3. Luckily, he does not go 3 for 3 on wall touches and manages to get it across the line.
Using just about every inch of the track there, too. That was pretty impressive. I mean, he really got out there in 2. I was getting worried for a second. Almost worried he couldn't dig himself out. But smooth transition, great wall rides. We'll see where that places him with the judges. 81.3, picked up a couple points there, so can't complain.
I think our judges were a little bit split on that. Some of them, didn't like how he got into the wall twice. Thought it was just not as smooth as it could be. Others were enjoying the aggression. So,
hey, you guys don't like wall rides?
Is it a ride if you get into it?
Let's look at this. They're all giving me different answers now.
See, that's why I don't like not being a judge, because I can just sit here, speculate my little ass off, and keep it pushing. On the line, we have Glarno Nicholas in that RX-7, sitting on a 68.3 currently. We'll see if he can better that first score with his second qualifying run.
This car's crazy. I can't wait to see this thing run.
You like this more than the wagon?
No, I'm just saying how this thing seems pretty built up.
It
so,
is,
not
yeah.
that the wagon's not.
All right. Ooh,
Oh boy.
A little bit of a struggle to get in that first outer zone. Our drivers do need to initiate by the 3rd point on the wall. Those orange markers denote that. So from my angle, it was hard to see. I'm going to let the judges take a look at that. But it seems like he's sort of just struggling with the car on this run. Not quite as deep in outer zone as we'd like to see. And it seems like his car really wants to pull out of angle as he comes across the track and into outer zone number 2, number 3. Doing a nice job with that final zone, though. See if he can keep it together as he comes across the line, and he does. And I'm going to defer to our judges on the entry, and that is going to be a 0 on that run. Unfortunately, he needed to be in drift at that point, and he did straighten out. So he's going to keep his 68.3.
Yeah, that last marker on the wall is do or die. You got to be sideways by the time you go across that, and I'm inclined to agree with the judge's choice there. That was just a big old 0.
Our drivers do need to initiate by the 3rd point on the wall. Those orange markers denote that. So from my angle, it was hard to see. I'm going to let the judges take a look at that. But it seems like he's sort of just struggling with the car on this run. Not quite as deep in outer zone as we'd like to see. And it seems like his car really wants to pull out of angle as he comes across the track and into outer zone number 2, number 3. Doing a nice job with that final zone, though. See if he can keep it together as he comes across the line, and he does. And I'm going to defer to our judges on the entry, and that is going to be a 0 on that run. Unfortunately, he needed to be in drift at that point, and he did straighten out. Seems like the rain might be coming down just a little bit harder now as we're moving on to our last couple drivers for the 235 Gambler class. We also have our High Roller Unlimited Tire class coming up after this. We will take a short break between these 2 qualifying sessions. We have our next driver on the line, Martin Langlois. The lights are out. He's taking his run. This is another favorite car of mine. I love a good E46 and the skis on the roof. Very interesting. I do enjoy it. Coming around outer zone number 1, not quite as deep as we'd like him to be, but he's doing a great job. He is incredibly deep in outer zone number 2. He's got his tire all the way on the line, looking really settled in that run. Really stepping in the throttle as he exits that zone, adding a little bit of angle even to stay wide to grab that inner clip. Really nicely done from 2 to that inner clip, possibly the best all day. And he's throwing the angle on in outer zone number 3, pulling a little bit out as he exits the line, but really well done. Let's see if he can pick up some more points from his first qualifying run.
Not bad, that peanut butter BMW going around. Nice and smooth. So, we'll see what the judges got to say. Transition looks smooth. Entry looked great. Let this media scoot across the track.
This is another favorite car of mine. I love a good
See what our buddy scored here, an 88.3. So definitely picked up a couple points from last time.
Coming around outer zone number 1, not quite as deep as we'd like him to be, but he's doing a great job.
All right,
he is incredibly
really
deep
cleaning
in
up
outer
his
zone
act
number
then.
2.
Here we go.
He's got his tire all the way on the line.
Picking up 20
really
points. That's
settled in
impressive.
that run. I would agree. I think really stepping in the throttle as he exits that zone, added a little bit of exited 2 and got in that clip. Really well done here. Next on the line, we have Connor O'Sullivan in his E46, joining us from FD Pro Spec. A Gambler regular here, throwing it in there nice and deep in outer zone number 1. Maybe a little too deep, but I'll leave that up to the judges here. Tossing a ton of angle on as he comes around outer zone number 2. He has a point to prove here. He wants to do better than that 80.3 he's sitting on. Getting deep in the end of outer zone number 2 as well, and grabbing some of that mud puddle. Look out, media. Crossing the track to grab outer zone number 3. Doing a nice job there, not going too deep in that wall of death. And across the line, holy cow.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure that run's going to give Nate Chen a run for his money. That was aggressive, wide, and very calculated and dialed in. He rode the outside of turn 2 absolutely perfectly. Got a little washy here at the end in the mud pit, but sometimes that'll happen. He's actually down a point from last qualifying run. 83 was his last score. 82 and change is his current score. So
yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed the aggression on that one. The judges might have felt that he went a little bit too wide, exiting 2 to grab that mud puddle. They might have just wanted him to take a little bit off, but I really enjoyed it. I know the fans were enjoying the aggression.
I think we should squeegee the judges' window right now so they can start to see better. That's how I feel. I feel like that was a little misscored, but
Dave's known for enjoying his aggressive driving, so I'm glad I have you up here in the tower with me today. We have Christopher Simeone up next. Our drone is inverted. Give us a quick second to right the drone. The drone has gone inverted. Honestly, the drone being upside down is kind of how I feel right now. I feel a little upside down. It's very wet out here today. Christopher is sitting on a 58. Christopher Simeone is sitting on a 58 right now. He's probably looking to pick up a few more points on his second qualifying run as he takes the green. Tossing that G37 in to that first outer zone. Not quite as much angle as I'd like to see, but doing a nice job. Very quick as he comes across the track to grab outer zone number 2. A little correction there in 2, but he's really, really deep in that zone. Feathering that throttle, sort of a few corrections there as he gets around to that inner clip. Transitioning across the track, thrown in there nice and deep to 3. Lots of angle getting into that zone. A little bit of a correction there as he comes around. Uh-oh.
that's it. I already know the score. It's 0.
Yeah, unfortunately, the judges did talk about this in the driver's meeting, that spinning across the line is going to be a 0. So
If you spin, you ain't gonna win.
unfortunately,
That's what it sounds like to me.
the green,
Put that on a shirt.
he's going to keep his
that,
58, and we'll move on to our next driver. That first outer zone. Not quite as much angle as I'd like to see, but doing a nice job. Very quick.
Big Daddy Mike Knapp.
The people's father, Mike Knapp, coming in here to outer zone number 1. Just absolutely textbook, I would say, entry, getting all the way to the edge. Really looking settled, looking comfy in this car, coming around to outer zone number 2. Really well done here as he comes around in front of the judges here up the tower. Make sure you wave, and if we can see him wheeling there in his open window, hopefully he's staying dry. Nicely done there on the inner clip, really well positioned as he transitions across the track, getting into outer zone number 3. Lots of angle, nice and deep in that zone, but does not go off. That was a great run. I think he might have even picked up some more points. He's currently sitting on an 88.
Mike absolutely locked in there, much like last run that he had. Oh, Honey getting vocal over here. Yeah, Honey's all pumped that Mike Knapp's killing it out here. Absolutely locked in. I'm interested to see what the judges say. Wow, see, Mike, like I just said, Mike locked it in. 88 back-to-back, both qualifying runs.
Mr.
That's about as perfect, and consistent as it can get. I mean, no secret, though. He's got a big Bloodmaster sticker on his car. So what can you expect?
I guess that's for a reason. He's making you guys look really good out here, and I love it. Love to see it.
Lord knows I'm not going to make us look good.
All right, we have Saito Det on the line in that 370Z. Just looking real black and yellow out there. He is currently sitting on a 71, so he's probably going to be looking to pick up a few more points here. All right, the lights are out. Away we go for his second qualifying run here. Picking up a lot of speed and throwing the angle on to get in outer zone number 1. Absolutely punishing that throttle on the VQ, coming across the line. Coming around outer zone number 2, getting wide enough that he picks up some mud there. Just hanging out right on the edge of the track. Really letting Dave hear that VQ sounds as he comes across. Grabbing some more line there, doing a nice job positioning himself on that inner clip. And one more zone to go, throwing it into outer zone number 3. Just standing on the throttle to cross the line. I think that was much more aggressive than his first qualifying run. Seems like he's feeling it too because he's staying in the throttle well after he needs to be.
Definitely aggressive, but a little slow if I'm being honest, you know? I mean, Mike Knapp, Nate Chen, and Connor O'Sullivan all really keeping the pace up as they were coming around.
For his second qualifying run here, picking up a lot of speed and throwing the angle on to get in outer zone number 1. Absolutely punishing that throttle on the VQ, coming across the line. Coming around outer zone number 2, getting wide enough that he picks up some mud there. All right, just hanging out right on the edge of the track. Really letting Dave hear that VQ sounds as he comes
and Jaden
across. On the line, we have Jake Moore on that inner clip. And one more zone to go, throwing it into outer zone number 3. Our drone is standing on the throttle to cross the line. I think that was, so might as well take a quick much more aggressive. Our track workers out here today, everyone putting on this event, all of our media for braving these conditions. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you thank your media. Without them, none of you are looking cool on the internet. And of course, thank you to our fans coming out here, sitting in the stands, everyone watching at home. Love you guys. Thank you so much for supporting grassroots drifting here at Raceway Park.
Media, the unsung heroes of drifting. Let's be real. Nobody would even do this stuff if they weren't getting pictures and videos. So thanks, media, for braving the weather.
Absolutely.
And getting all this gear. We love you.
All right, Jake Moole out here in that 1 series. I love this livery. Looks really beautiful. Coming into outer zone number 1. Not a ton of angle, but doing a great job getting into that zone. Coming across the track here to grab outer zone number 2. Pouring it on there, getting a nice mid to a deep line here in outer zone number 2. But he's looking good doing it. Feathering that throttle, exiting 2 nice and deep here. taking a little bit of angle out to grab that clip, transitioning across the track. It's a little bit of a correction there, a little slow up to get into 3, but it does not look like a straighten. Gets nice and deep in 3 to get some mud on that car and across the line.
Big old rooster tail at the end of that run. I'm interested to see what the judges say. Love you.
All right, Jake Moole out here in that 1 series. I love this livery. Looks really beautiful. Coming into outer zone number 1. Not a ton of angle, but doing a great job getting into that zone. Coming across the track here to grab outer zone number 2. Our second to last driver is on the line, and he's stoked. As usual, we have Tim Wilson. Frito, as you guys know him.
Big Frito.
Just already sideways here, way before he needs to be. Coming out of the entrance like a rocket. Doing a great job with outer zone number 1. Nice and deep, very quick, very committed. Definitely not losing any style points out here as we know him to do. So coming around that edge of outer zone number 2, just absolutely planted. He knows how to drive a car in these loose conditions. He's waving to the media out his driving story. He's just showing us he does not have to do much behind the wheel of that E36 and pouring on the angle to grab outer zone number 3. Getting in that zone nice and deep to finish off, and across the line our little ham sandwich out there. Good job by Tim Frito Wilson.
Yeah, absolutely impressive. Really not much you can say about Frito other than that. It's always lays down a nice little singles run. When it comes to tandeming, he can get a little aggressive sometimes, I'm going to be honest.
Just already sideways here, way before
he's got the car for it, so more power to him.
Entrance like a rocket. Doing a great job with outer zone number 1. Nice and deep, very quick, very committed. Definitely not losing any style points out here as we know him to do. So coming around that edge of outer zone number 2, just absolutely planted. He knows how to drive a car in these loose conditions. He's waving to the media out his driving story. He's just showing us he does not have to do much behind the wheel of that E36. We're just waiting on our last driver out here. I'm not sure if he's getting in that zone nice and deep car trouble or if he just across the line warmed up in the burnout box out there. Good job by Tim Frito Wilson. To take his second qualifying run, currently sitting on an 88.3.
Get to the line. Get to the line. Oh, there he is.
They didn't even let him sit on the line. The lights are out. Here we go. We're ready to finish up this Gambler 235 class qualifying. Jaden tossing it in there. Pretty aggressive to get outer zone number 1. Doing a nice job putting his wheel just right at the edge. An announcer's curse. I believe that is going to be a goose egg, so he will have to...
I already know what that is. That's 0.
He's going to have to rely on that 88.3. This run is, the rest of this run is just for the fans, so, oh my gosh, that's a lot of mud. All right, maybe quit while you're behind. Just kidding. The 88.3 is definitely a great score. He's going to be sitting nice in that bracket. That is going to round out our Gambler 235 tire class qualifying. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we will get into our high roller unlimited tire class, so hang tight. I believe that is going to be a goose egg, so he will have to...
I already know what that is. That's 0.
He's going to have to rely on that 88.3. This run is, the rest of this run is just for the fans, so, oh my gosh, that's a lot of mud. All right, maybe quit while you're behind. Just kidding. The 88.3 is definitely a great score. He's going to be sitting nice in that bracket. That is going to round out our Gambler 235 tire class qualifying. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we will get into our high roller unlimited tire class, so hang tight. Due to drone batteries, obviously you guys heard us announcing the drones were taking some breaks. We're going to take a little bit longer of a break here so we can charge them up. We'll be taking a 20-minute break here. I had previously said 5 minutes. Just a 20-minute break to charge those batteries up, and we will get into the High Roller Unlimited class. We'll be starting the live stream at 2:30. Thank you, guys.
All right, so what's your name and where are you from?
I'm Christian Nelson. I'm originally from Thomaston, Connecticut, but we come out of North Carolina, Concord, North Carolina.
All right, and super high level, tell me about your machine a little bit, engine, chassis.
It's a pretty plain Jane LS1, GSR, all the RTS goodies, obviously, quick change, this was my FT car in 21, and then we came out and did, just some fun stuff, gambler stuff and stuff like that, so we really dig that. Car's been really good to me, the past couple of years, so we decided to come and do some competing, and, we've been having some fun, doing well, so it's like, all right, why not? So we're just hanging out in the car, hanging out in the pits, and just jamming.
We love those vibes. We're happy to have you. So currently you're sitting second in the high roller points. Yeah. How does that make you feel about this weekend?
I mean, pretty stoked. I had no anticipation on doing the gambler, a round, a series, or placing or anything. We came up because James had some borrowed tires for me, and we're like, okay, got third, and then the next one got first. Yeah. So all right, we might as well go. I made it work. We have a baby shower for my wife tomorrow in Connecticut, so she let me slide away for the day, hang out with her mom and all that.
That was very nice, and congratulations.
Super excited.
And last question, how are you feeling about the track conditions? It is a bit slippery out here this weekend.
It's super wet. I haven't driven this course since 21 either, so the rain doesn't help.
Right.
But we're just we just made a small setup change. We're going to go try it again, and we feel comfortable regardless, but some of these guys got a little bit of pace in the rain, so we're just kind of on the fly doing a rain setup.
Awesome. Well, good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll see you out there.
there as he crosses the line, and that'll be some points on the board for Dirk Stratton.
I'm wondering what the judges are going to score that. 77.3 for Dirk Stratton in the Lingenfelter Corvette.
Yeah, I think just, a few errors, few corrections here, but that's why you get 2 qualifying runs. So hopefully he can clean it up, get some more points on his second run. Meanwhile, on the line now we have Christian Nelson in that RTS 350Z. Again, he is in the points race right now. I believe he's sitting second in points currently.
Big Club Loose guy, big BMI winner. Let's see what he's got here.
Not surprised. Nice aggressive entry there, getting a little bit wide in 1, but I'm liking the line that he's on. Doing a great job transitioning across the track and in outer zone number 2. He's making me stutter there because he's going a little bit wide in 2 and a little swing and a miss there getting in the mud.
As we know, it's going to be a 0.
Yeah, that'll be a 0 for him. Just a little bit wild getting into 2. I think it all went wrong when he got a little deep in there, maybe got some of the wall as well.
Very unfortunate. I hope to see Christian do a little better on his second run.
Just giving a quick second to change drone batteries here before we send our next driver. On the line right now is Michael Raish. Michael Raish to take his first qualifying run as soon as we can get some batteries in the old drone. All right, here goes Michael Raish taking his first qualifying run. Tossing into outer zone number 1, looking decent and settled there as he crosses the track. See if he can set himself up for outer zone number 2. Doing a nice job there on a midline through outer zone number 2, but he's looking settled and smooth, not too many corrections as he exits that zone. Coming up to that one and only inner clip to cross across the figure 8. Really getting in the throttle there as he transitions across the 3. Pouring on the angle, but not too deep there. A little correction to end outer zone number 3 and across the line.
A little bit of a weird pulsating through the track, too, as he was on and off throttle. The car seems like it really wants to grip up. But a little finicky on the entry, too, so I don't know what the judges are going to have to say. .3, identical to Dirk's score. So,
yeah,
those boys are going to be in the fight together, it seems.
Absolutely.
Big
Same
Nate
sort of
Chen
situation.
coming up.
All right, Nate Chen taking his first qualifying run here in the high roller unlimited tire class. Looking just as comfy as he was in the 235. Someone go check that man's tires. Coming around outer zone number 1. Outer zone number 2, a little bit of a swing and a miss. Too much angle.
Second time this has happened. I'm wondering how slippery it's getting out here in turn 2, Sarah.
Yeah, that's a great point, Dave. Drivers, spotters, take note. Outer zone 2, especially the end, very, very slick. It's already gotten 2 of our heavy hitters. And if we remember correctly, we need a score on here, or these drivers are not going to end up in the bracket. So they need to, keep it together, make it around the track if they want to get into the main competition later on this evening. Up next on the line, another driver pulling double duty, Trevor Root. Trevor Root joining us in his practice car from Prospect Formula Drift. Little bit of a struggle on the 235 tires. Let's see what he's got here on the unlimited tire. Looking much smoother there in outer zone number 1. Coming around to outer zone number 2, seems to set himself up nicely. Doing a great job. Still on a similar line, but I guess looking more settled on that larger tire. He heeds your warning there for that slick spot on outer zone number 2. Coming around to that inner clip, just a little bit on the inside of that clip there. But he's throwing on the angle, getting nice and deep into outer zone number 3 as he's coming around to finish his first qualifying run.
A lot more comfortable on these bigger tires, Trevor seems. I don't know, it seems like quite a few of the guys are in the 235 class just have fun because there's a substantial difference between their driving from the 235 class to the high roller class is very noticeable to me. 85.3, Trevor Root is our new P1 position.
Nicely done there. I agree. He does look much comfier on those larger tires. And we're only about halfway through our drivers having their first qualifying run, and they do get 2. So obviously that positioning can definitely change, especially with a driver like Connor O'Sullivan on the line. Connor O'Sullivan joining us from ProSpec FD as well. Currently, I believe he finished 2nd in points there, so congratulations to him on that. Just having a hell of a season. So let's see what he's got for us on these big boy tires here at Raceway Park, the Gambler.
And this fella has 2 cars, right?
He does.
I think last time I saw him, he was in a Nissan.
Yeah, he does have an S14 as well. He was
Okay.
saying earlier he would prefer to be out here in the S14, but I guess
the S14 is one of the best chassis ever, so I can't blame him.
I would have to agree with you on that one. All right, here we go. Lights are on. Away we go for Connor O'Sully's first qualifying run for the unlimited class. Super aggressive entry, maybe even grabbing some of the wall there. Nicely done getting all the way to the edge of outer zone number 1 and getting nice and deep in outer zone number 2 as well. Really feathering the throttle as he comes around, staying in outer zone number 2. Manages to fight through that slick spot in the end of 2. Coming across that inner clip and really laying in the throttle to get across the track and into outer zone number 3. Nice and deep, not too deep, keeps it on the track and across the line. Excellent first showing for Connor O'Sullivan.
Yeah, Connor had it dialed in there, I gotta say. I'm wondering what the judges are gonna say. Because, yeah, that was, I'm not going to be surprised if he doesn't bump Trevor Root right out of the top spot here. And as predicted, 89.3, Connor O'Sullivan is now our top qualifier, putting Trevor Root at 2nd.
Up next on the line for his first qualifying run is Samuel Galvin in that S15. Sorry about that. This window is very wet. Not quite the entry we want to see out of him, not getting into outer zone number 1, but let's see what he's got for us coming around this large zone of outer zone number 2. Looking much better in this zone, much more settled. And that's why he tricked me. It's a 13 rear, 15 front. Sneaky little devil. Doing a nice job with that inner clip coming across the track to grab outer zone number 3. Sets himself up really nicely for that zone. Manages to clean it up from that entry. Nicely done there. He might lose a few points, but again, they do have those 2 qualifying runs, so he can make it up in the 2nd run.
S15 front end swabs always puzzle me. Very expensive front end to put on a car. 74 flat for Mr. Samuel. 74 flat.
Moving right on to our next driver, Matthew Bystrack, another Formula Drift ProSpec driver joining us in his FD car. He is no stranger to the Gambler. He's done really well here at the beginning of his career, and he's driven this track plenty. So let's see what he's got for us here on this less than ideal rainy day. Bystrack coming in nice and hot to outer zone number 1, just putting the tire right on the edge of the track. Really well done there, not going too wide. Coming around to outer zone number 2, same situation. Big e-brake pull there to set himself up in that zone. Judges might not like that, but we're going to leave it up in their hands. Doing a nice job staying even really in the throttle, coming around for that inner clip. Transitioning across the track and getting into outer zone number 3. Doing a nice job getting deep to finish that zone off and across the line.
Quite a nice job by Matt filling out those zones. To be expected by a regular, though. You know, this is Matt's home track, and this is where he's honed his skills in, so I wouldn't really expect much less from him. .6. It sticks Bystrack in third in terms of qualifying right now. Impressive.
Up next on the line is another driver pulling double duty, Jaden Matarana in that Corvette. Just changing the tires, I believe. And that is another driver joining us from Formula Drift. Great to have him out here. He has previously been to a Gambler, so we're happy to have him back as well. All right, here goes Jaden to take his first qualifying run here for the High Roller Unlimited Tire class. Doing a nice job floating it through outer zone number 1. Looking much more confident as he comes into outer zone number 2 as well. A little bit of a midline there, feathering the throttle, getting deeper as he comes through outer zone number 2. Slowing down just a little bit to grab that inner clip, but does not fall victim to the slippery part of the track. Tossing it in there to outer zone number 3. Lots of angle as he comes around, maybe even dipping one tire coming across the line. Nicely done to finish off his first qualifying run in the High Roller Unlimited Tire class.
Yeah, it seems like everybody up here in the announcer's box is thinking the same thing. I got a little nervous on that cross transition into 3. He really blipped the throttle there, and I thought he was going to eat the wall, but proved me wrong.
On the line now is Alex Jager, another Gambler driver joining us from Formula Drift as well. We've seen him come up in that S13 here. Definitely been on the podium a few times at the Gambler. Love to see him back here in his Formula Drift Steal It 370Z. I love Steal It. It's great.
Great product.
All right, here we go. First qualifying run here for Alex Jager in that 370Z. Doing a nice job, looking committed and smooth coming into outer zone number 1. Nice job floating it into outer zone number 2. We hear him feathering the throttle as he comes around. Really trying to put his rear tire towards the edge of the zone. Maybe a tiny correction there to finish it off, but oh, announcer's curse as he comes around outer zone number 2. Let's see if he manages to save that. We're going to defer to the judges on that one, but he's doing much better in outer zone number 3. Coming around to finish off his first qualifying run, and let's see what the judges have to say.
Little twitchy exit in 2 there. Not really what I'd expect from Alex, but we'll see if he can clean it up. Wow, I thought you guys. Yeah. But yeah, Alex will be able to come up and clean it up on his next one, hopefully. Another local here at Englishtown. 81.3 for Alex Jager.
All right, and in tune with our homies, we have Ricky Hoffman, been a competitor in the Gambler, been a judge for the Gambler, doing a nice job, very aggressive getting in 1. Little correction there, I think that's going to be held against him. See what he's got for us in outer zone number 2. Throwing on the angle there to get his rear tire all the way to the edge of that zone. Let's see if he falls victim to the slippery section. And he manages to get through there really nicely. Slowing down, coming across that inner clip. Transitioning across the track, pouring on the angle there. Gets in outer 3 just a little bit late, but looking smooth as he crosses the line to finish off his first qualifying run.
Not bad for Ricky. I thought he was going to eat it there on turn 1. Went a little wide, ate a little grass. But Ricky's known for being eccentric behind the wheel, so not really too surprised by that run. .73 for Mr. Ricky Hoffman.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that little bobble on entry after outer zone number 1 sort of held it against him in the judge's eyes. But the good news is he has another qualifying run to clean up that outer zone number 1, and I'm sure he'll grab some more points. Okay, so apparently we were speculating on the mic earlier that Trevor Root getting on a bigger tire was helping him out. Apparently he is still on the 235 in this high roller class, which is legal. You can run the smaller tire if you want. It's the end of the season. We're all kind of struggling here. I get it. Next up on the line for his first qualifying run in high roller is Josiah Falaise in that wagon, tossing in outer zone number 1, doing a great job there, filling that zone completely. Just looking good in the wagon. We love the wagon. Coming around outer zone number 2, not getting as deep as we saw him, which is a good thing. He ended up grabbing the wall there in the previous qualifying for 235. Little correction leaving 2 to grab that inner clip as he transitions across the track in that wagon, swanging that thing in outer zone number 3, doing a really nice job positioning the rear of that car, looking settled and across the line.
Yeah, that thing just looks awesome when it's driving. Had me a little nervous over here in turn 2. He got pretty close to the wall. Don't want him to smash the eggs.
All right, our final driver for the high roller 235 qualifying. This will be his first run. We will run it back through. Is Martin Langlois.
89 on our last run, 89.
Josiah Falaise ended up with that 89. Really nicely done there. The judges were enjoying that aggression. This is Martin Langlois in the E46 with those skis on the roof there. Thrown it in outer zone number 1. Nicely done there. Looking solid, steady as he comes through. As of course, as I say that, bobbles into outer zone number 2. Looks like he's got it back together as he comes through that zone. Makes it through the slippery part unscathed, coming around to that inner clip. Really feathering that throttle across the track. Lots of angle, nice and deep in outer zone number 3. Keeps it together across the line. Nicely done for his first qualifying run.
Really wide in zone 3. I can't believe he didn't dirt drop there or even kick up any mud. That was impressive. .86 for our friend Martin there. 86.6.
We're going to bring those drivers back into the burnout box for their second qualifying run. The burnout box is kind of a formality at this point because, like the rest of the track, it is soaked.
Yeah, I wasn't seeing much smoke when they were working to heat the tires up there earlier. So we're going to run it back from the top. All 14 guys are going to get another run here, and we're going to see if the boys who posted up zeros can get themselves on the board here. If not, they will be out for the day. 2 zeros, and you're done.
All right, we're about to run it back up to the top. We have Jimmy Ravert on the line to take his second qualifying run. Looking great, sitting on an 80 right now, so he's looking to pick up a few more points. He's only about 9 points ahead behind our leader. He's absolutely committed to the throttle there coming into outer zone number 1. So much angle, I'm shocked that he can keep it together. Feathering that throttle coming into outer zone number 2. Again, a ton of angle in this zone and just standing on the throttle in order to keep it together. I'm not sure if the judges are going to reward this aggression or dock him for consistency. Luckily, I'm not a judge, but a little bit on the inside of the clip there coming across the track. Coming around to outer zone number 3, another just big angle zone for him. Not quite as early in 3 as we'd like to see, but nicely done. That'll be a scored run as he crosses the line.
Big burnout guy at the end of his run. You see that? Wonder if he's angry.
He's absolutely committed to the throttle there coming into outer zone number 1. So much angle, I'm shocked that he can keep it together. Feathering that throttle coming into outer zone number 2. Again, a ton of angle in this zone and just standing on the throttle in order to keep it together. I'm not sure if the judges are going to reward this aggression or dock him for consistency. Luckily, I'm not a judge, but a little bit on the inside of the clip there coming across the track. Coming around to outer zone number 3, another just big angle zone for him. Not quite as early in 3 as we'd like to see, but nice. Here we go for our next driver, Dirk Stratton, taking his second qualifying run, sitting on a 77.3. Doing a nice job getting wide again on the entry there, sort of just dipping a tire, which is okay. Coming around to outer zone number 2, really feathering the throttle there as he comes around, trying to fill that zone completely. Small correction there in the slippery spot of outer 2, but it keeps it together coming across the track. Great job on that inner clip, getting right on the inside of that clip. And transitioning around to outer zone number 3, ton of angle. Oh no, spoke too soon. So he's gonna have to rely on that 77.3 from his first qualifying run.
Dirk spins, Dirk gets a 0. So as Sarah said, he's gonna be sitting on a 77.3 going into our next round. Ladies and gentlemen, got a little celebrity here up in the announcer's box. Brian Hopp has made an appearance. Round of applause.
As Christian Nelson heads up for his second qualifying run, he is sitting on a 0, so we need to see a fully scored run here for him to be able to make this bracket. Nice job on outer zone number 1, looking settled as he comes around 2. Now, if we remember correctly, the second half of 2 is where it got a little slippery, so let's see if he can hang on to it here. Come on, Christian. All right. Nicely done there, coming out, not a ton of angle as he leaves that zone, but I think that's going to be all right as he crosses the track to grab outer zone number 3. Just kissing the edge of that zone, getting a little bit deep as he finishes off there. And I believe that will be a scored run, but let's wait and see what the judges have to say.
Real sight Christian didn't spin it out there. Would have been a shame to see him do the same thing again. Waiting for our judges and the score to get tallied. Big Christian Nelson, Club Loose guys, 78.3. Not a bad number to be sitting on.
Next up on the line, Michael Raish taking his first qualifying run here. Sorry, second qualifying run. What am I saying, guys? I need a Red Bull. Tossing it into outer zone number 1. If I remember correctly, much more aggressive than his first run. Doing a great job filling that zone. Slowing down just a little bit to set himself up for outer zone number 2. We can hear him feathering that throttle as he comes through the zone, kind of leaving not quite as deep as we'd like to see in that zone, but doing a decent job as he comes around to grab that inner clip. And transitioning across the track for the treacherous outer zone number 3, which may have become our slippery point. Still manages to keep it together all the way through that zone and across the line. Nicely done.
I'm wondering how that shallow run through zone 2 is going to affect his score. Currently sitting on a 77.3. So we'll see if he's going up. And he is going up, an 81.3. So not bad. 4-point bump.
Next up, we have Nate Chen taking his second qualifying run here in the high roller unlimited tire class. He is sitting on a 0, so if he wants to end up in this bracket, he will need to put down a scored run here. Really aggressive on the throttle, sort of fishtailing the car a little bit. Looks like it doesn't want to stay sideways in that first outer zone. I don't know if he's getting gripped up or he's finding a dry patch, but he's managing to keep it together, although a ton of throttle commitment, which means a lot of wheel speed going on right now, trying to keep that car together. And across the line, that looks to be a scored run, I believe. So let's take a second and see what our judges have to say.
Sounded like he wanted that. He wanted to break that thing. I feel like he was. I feel like Nate was driving angry.
He will need to put down a scored run here. Really aggressive on the throttle, sort of fishtailing the car a little bit. Looks like it doesn't want to stay sideways in that first outer zone. I don't know if he's getting gripped up or he's finding a dry patch, but he's managing to keep it together, although a ton of throttle commitment, which means a lot of wheel speed going on right now, trying to keep that car together. And across the line, that situation with a chair up here in the tower, but everyone is all right. That score for Nate Chen is going to be a 73.3 for his second qualifying run, a 73.3.
Better than the zero he had. 73.3? Yep. Oh, I thought you said 77. Sorry about that. Sometimes driving angry pays off, but not often.
Speaking of driving angry, Trevor Root taking his second qualifying run here, sitting on an 85.3, tossing it in outer zone number 1, doing a great job there. Driving angry, like you said, Dave. Coming around outer zone number 2, he's got that tire just all the way to the edge of the zone. Looking good. His dad is telling us that he didn't change tires, and he's just stepping up his game, I suppose. So on that smaller tire in the big tire class, crossing the track, looking absolutely smooth and settled as he throws it into outer zone number 3. Plenty of angle there. Oh,
big spin.
See, announcer's curse again. All right, a public service announcement. Outer zone 3 is looking really slick now. Make sure you warn your drivers about that. So Trevor Root will have to keep that 85.3 going into the bracket later on tonight.
A lot of zeros getting thrown up.
All right, next up, Connor O'Sullivan taking his second qualifying run, sitting on an 89.3, throwing it into outer zone number 1. Really, really well done there. Let's see if he can keep it together for the rest of this course. Doing a great job in outer zone number 2, adding the angle to keep the car just absolutely planted. Feathering the throttle, adding some more angle coming out of outer zone number 2. Looking very quick and really aggressive coming out of that zone. Transitioning across the track, throwing it in outer zone number 3. Connor is dialed here as he comes around. That, I don't want to get crazy, that might be the best run we've seen all day, if not one of the best runs.
Connor O'Sullivan showing why he is sitting at the top of qualifying right now. He's currently sitting on an 89.
All right, next up, Connor O'Sullivan taking his second qualifying run, sitting on an 89.3, throwing it into outer zone number 1. Really, really well done there. Let's see if he can keep it together for the rest of this course. Doing a great job in outer zone number 2, adding the angle to keep the car just absolutely planted. Feathering the throttle, adding some more angle coming out of outer zone number 2. Looking very quick and really aggressive coming out of that zone. Transitioning across the track, throwing it in outer zone number 3. Connor is dialed here as he comes around. That, I don't want to get crazy. That 0.3, or is it an S13.5? Looking a little squirrely there as he comes around outer zone number 1. He is sitting on a 74, so he will end up in the show, just a matter of where. Coming into outer zone number 2, looking much better. Still a little wobbly getting into the zone, but looking settled now that he's in it. Small correction to leave the zone, stand it on that throttle. Coming around nice and wide on that inner clip. Well done there as he crosses the concrete portion of the track, back onto the asphalt for outer zone number 3. And around that zone nicely.
It's a spin.
Oh, I cursed him. I did it again. I'm sorry, guys. That is going to be a 0, and he's going to have to rely on his 74. Up next, taking his second qualifying run, Matthew Bystrack, throwing it in there to outer zone number 1. Currently sitting on an 81.6. See if he can grab some more points here. He's coming around outer zone number 2, putting that tire all the way to the edge. Really well done there in outer zone number 2. Make sure he keeps it together in that slippery section, and some more right foot to keep it together coming around that inner clip. Matt's looking settled as he crosses the track, throwing it in there conservatively into outer zone number 3, and that is smart given the fact that we just saw someone spin there. Doing a nice job getting across the line, and we're going to take a look at what the judges have to say about that run.
Yeah, it looked like Matt wanted to collect himself after he got here at the backside of turn 2, and seemed like it affected the rest of his run, but we'll see what the judges have to say.
Up next, taking his second qualifying run, Matthew Bystrack, throwing it in there to outer zone number 1. Currently sitting on an 81.6. See if he can grab some more points here. He's coming around outer zone number 2, putting that tire all the way to the edge. Really well done there in outer zone number 2. Now is Jaden Maturana doing a nice job navigating outer zone number 1. Not quite as deep as we saw him in his previous run, but he's coming around outer zone number 2 now. Putting his tire all the way at the edge of outer zone number 2. Small correction there to leave it, but keeps it together as he comes around to grab that inner clip. Crossing the track to set himself up for outer zone number 3, pouring the angle on, and gets into 3 just a little bit late, and he's just kissing the edge of 3, but manages to keep it together as he comes across the line, gets some more points on the board.
Jaden's sitting on an 86.3 right now. We'll see if he can step it up. That was a very conservative run, so wondering where the judges stand on that. Yep, 82, so he's going to be keeping his 86.3.
Next up in that Steal It 370Z, Alex Jaeger, coming around outer zone number 1, looking very smooth through that zone. Crossing the track to set himself up for outer zone number 2. Doing a nice job feathering that throttle through the zone. He's got his tire all the way towards the edge of that. Little left foot brake just to settle the car down. Coming around to grab that inner clip. He survived thus far, transitioning into outer zone number 3. Pouring on the angle, keeping it together though as he crosses the line. Nicely done there by Alex Jaeger.
Alex is currently sitting on an 81.3, so he's in good runnings. We'll see if he can improve his position in qualifying here. And he bumps himself up 3 points. 84.3 is Alex's new qualifying score.
Almost done here. We have 3 more drivers to take their qualifying runs. Up on the line now is Ricky Hoffman. Ricky Hoffman, if we remember, got a little silly in outer zone number 1, sitting on a 73.3. I know he's a very competitive guy, so he probably wants to pick up a few more points and stick it to his homies. Throwing in a ton of angle into outer zone number 1. Let's see if he can drive out of it. Looking much better compared to his first run. Coming around to outer zone number 2. He's got his rear tire right on the edge of that zone. These guys are doing great with the beginning of outer 2. He does survive the slick spot with just a little bit of correction there. No worries, coming around to that inner clip. Ricky letting us hear that limiter crossing the track, putting on the angle to grab outer zone number 3. Adding the angle to stay in that zone, and he does a nice job across the line. I think that's going to be a few more points on the board, Dave.
I'm sure it is. I mean, 73.3. It's not going to be hard to improve on that. And Ricky seemed like he kept it together that run, so we will see what the judges say. 81. See? Look at that. Picked himself up 8 points. Good job, Rick. Pat yourself on the back.
Second to last qualifying driver here, Josiah Fillets in our favorite wagon. Every wagon is our favorite wagon. Currently sitting on an 89. We're making wagon our whole personality up here in the tower, which is fine. Already getting wild well before the entry there. Throwing it into outer zone number 1. If I remember correctly, his first run here was pretty gnarly. So that might be a little more conservative than we saw him. Doing a nice job getting settled in outer zone number 2. These guys have the beginning of 2 dialed. He does not fall victim to the slippery part in the end of 2. Coming around to that inner clip. Letting us hear his limiter here as he crosses the track, throwing on the angle to get into outer zone number 3. Does an incredible job in that zone, keeping it together, keeping it settled, and across the line. Seems like he's stoked on it as well.
Sitting on an 89, and we'll see what he comes up with.
Which is fine.
Big loaner car, big wagon.
87.3, I think he's going to.
Yeah, he's going to be keeping the 89. 87.3 is actually a step down. So
I have a feeling his first qualifying run was a little more aggressive, which is not to say anything about him driving. You know, just took a little bit off there. But he's going to keep that 89, and he is definitely in the show. Our final driver qualifying in the Gambler High Roller Unlimited Tire class is Martin Langlois in those ski rack on the roof E46, coming around that nice tan car to outer zone number 3. 2. I don't know what I'm saying anymore, guys. Nice job there. We hear him feathering that throttle, skis on the roof. His rear wing says, go fast, risk everything. So we'd like to see him do that. Nicely done there, looking settled in the center section of the track, picking up that inner clip and throwing the angle around to outer zone number 3 to finish it off. Looking settled in that zone and across the line. He's currently sitting on an 86.6, and let's see what the judges think about his second run.
he was definitely risking everything, but I don't know how fast he was really doing it. You know, there's no speed really involved on this track today. Bunch of puddles, very slow, but these dudes are making the best of it. '86, he's sitting on the same score essentially.
All right, so that is going to wrap up our high roller unlimited tire class qualifying. We're going to take a quick break here in order to calculate our drivers and make our brackets. And there will be another drivers meeting. Right now we're on schedule for 3:30. So we'll see our drivers in the drivers meeting at 3:30, talk about tandem competition, and then we'll get right into comp after that. So make sure you stick with us, and we'll see you in just a few. across the line. Seems like he's in Langlois. Gambler High Roller Unlimited Tire class
with those
is
skis
Martin
on the roof
Langlois
there.
in those ski rack
Thrown
on
in
the
outer
roof.
zone number 1.
Nicely done there,
coming
looking
around
solid,
that nice
steady
tan
as he comes
car
through.
to outer zone
As of
number
course, as
3.
I say that,
Two.
bobbles into outer zone number 2. Looks like he's got
Nice
his back
job there
together
with
as he
your
comes
feather
through
in
that
that
throttle.
zone.
Skis on the roof. Makes his rear wheel says
slippery
go
part
fast,
on
risk
skate
everything.
coming
So
around to
we'd
that
like to see him
clip.
do that. Nicely done there, looking settled in the center
Really
section of the
feathering
track,
that throttle
picking up
across
that
the
inner
track.
track. And throwing the
Lots of
angle
angle
around to
nice
outer
and
zone
deep
number
in outer
3
zone number 3.
to finish it off. Looking settled
Keeps
in
it
that
together
zone and across the line. Nicely done
He's
for
currently
his
sitting
first
on
ball.
an 86 point. All right, so what's your name? Where are you from?
My name's Connor O'Sullivan. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And tell us a little bit high level about your machine, chassis, engine.
Yeah, so this is the FD Pro Spec car. It's a BMW E46. It's got all the FDF suspension parts on it. It's got an LS 427. It makes around 650 horsepower.
Awesome. So we have a unique situation going on right now because Connor is in both the points race for the Gambler Series as well as the High Roller Series. And I have some news for you because you already clinched the High Roller points. Congratulations on that #1, buddy.
Thank you. I had a feeling. I wasn't sure. I didn't see the points, the listing online. So yeah, I had an idea, but yeah, we're still going to drive hard and try to get another podium. So
absolutely. Love that for you. We know how he's going to be. And also, you're currently 3rd in the Gambler points. Does that have a specific strategy for you this weekend?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure. I think we're just going to go out there. I mean, it's raining. I've always struggled.
Chen showcasing that line, the reason why he is our #1 qualifier. Simeon trying to get close to him, but maintaining a decent distance, probably for, for safety. He probably needs to get a little bit closer to him. Just a little bit more angle in the chase. Nate Chen doing a great job putting on a nice lead so that Simeon can get close to him and chase. The drivers transition around to that 3rd and final outer zone. Nate Chen right on that proper line, and Simeon is close, but he's not quite as much angle as we would really like to see in the chase position.
Simeon lacking in the angle, really, and I understand why he's struggling power-wise. Nate's car definitely makes a ton of power, and I can't really say how much it makes, but I know it's more than that G.
Absolutely.
So I can understand why he's a little shallow on the angle, but I'd really like to see him get a little more sideways.
Sure.
If he gets the opportunity to follow again.
I agree with you on that one for sure.
See what the lead has to say, though.
Yeah, that's, it's tough going the other way around when a slower horsepower car like that G is trying to lead, and then Nate's got to chase that. So here we go. I'll let you take this one away.
Yeah, Nate's going to have to pedal it behind him here. A real slow entry. Not Nate's style. Nate's holding it together pretty well. So even in the lead, he doesn't have enough angle here. Simeon's just barely in the... he's getting the proximity. Nate, though, on and off the throttle, trying to keep that car sideways behind this thing. Good transition, holding it together. Yep. It's like slow motion, but they're doing it.
Yeah, these drivers battling the conditions out here today, doing really well given the circumstances. The judges are going to take a look at that. We do have a replay up here in the booth, and we'll let you know when we have a winner. And the winner of the first battle is going to go to Nate Chen. Nate Chen is getting the win and moving on to the top 8. Nate Chen just, being the #1 qualifier, a really tough competitor, and his lead line was just near perfect. So really tough to get close to that. Great job by Simeon as well. And he's going to pack it up for the day. Nate Chen moving on to the top 8. Did you? Are we allowed to bet here at the Gambler?
I'm happy I put all my money on Nate Chen for the weekend because it looks like I'm going home with a fat stack of cash. JK, I didn't put any money in, folks. Everybody relax. There's no conflict of interest. Don't make me call my lawyer.
We have no control, really. I want the people to know that we have 0 control over this competition, so we could bet if we wanted to,
All right, where's my wallet?
So we can love a driver all we want. If the judges aren't down with it, if they don't like his showing, then it doesn't matter. So that's one of the reasons I am glad I'm not a judge.
Yeah, Chris Knapp come up here with a ton of paperwork, it looks like.
Yeah, it's all paperwork for you.
No, sir.
We're allergic
I'm
to
lefty.
paperwork, and I can't spell, so we're really not doing well up here.
I don't know if I'm in the power or what, but I have the same thing the whole time. Oh, okay. You got the same one you know?
All right, our next battle between Det and O'Sully. Oh, yeah, so Det is in the lead, qualifying higher than O'Sully, doing a great job in that 370. O'Sully, excellent chase driver, showcasing that as they come into outer zone number 2. Det's right there on the line, looking absolutely planted in that 370Z, allowing O'Sully to really put it on his door. Excellent job in both the lead and the chase. This is a really great battle, especially given the circumstances they have to work with as they come around outer zone number 3 and across the line. This is a great battle. I'm stoked on it.
Nice and smooth from both drivers. Very consistent. Not exactly filling every zone where they needed to, but you pick and choose your battles out here, especially on the terrain like this.
Right. I'm giving a little bit of a pass, just a tiny one. You know?
Absolutely.
Okay. Some of the nice battles out here today, like Chen's lead run and that battle in particular, is making me hate rain driving just a little bit less.
Not much, though. Still
All right.
slow, but they're making it entertaining nonetheless. Connor going to lead. Beautiful entry. Absolutely dragging Det around. He's got to do his best to catch up here. Sacrificing a little angle. He's getting right there, rubbing tire, up. There was a little contact there. O'Sully just keeps on it, though. Yep, nice little gap. I think we already know who won that one.
Yeah, well, excellent points in the chase and the lead for me here. It's always really tough when drivers make contact with front tires because that can really end a run right there. It's very difficult to.
I was waiting for him to stop almost.
Same. So whenever a driver gets contact to their front tire and they stay in it, I give them so many brownie points from me at least. Connor O'Sullivan, one of the best to ever do it, obviously. Great job on the lead run. And Det just trying to keep up with him. Not as much angle as we'd like to see, but definitely close to him enough to touch that tire. So let's see what the judges have to say.
Yeah, I've got to say, hats off to O'Sullivan for keeping his composure there. And obviously, as I said, he's going to advance on to the next round. So hats off for Connor O'Sully.
Yeah, you predicted it. You got that eye to you. So O'Sully gets the win, moves on to the top 8. He will face Nate Chen in the top 8. And Det, great job out here. First time we've seen him at the Gambler. I want to give it up to him with his little Duracell battery car. Looks great. Excellent job. So, well done.
I'm still going with the Bumblebee.
Bumblebee? All right.
Or a
It could be
shoe.
Bumblebee.
It looks like a shoe also. Just like a basketball shoe.
We're taking a quick break here to change those drone batteries. The drone is integral to our judging. Obviously, it is great if you have a replay as well as a nice live drone shot of how the drivers are doing. So we're taking a quick second on that, and then we will get
Still slow, but they're making it entertaining nonetheless.
All right, our next battle between Det and
Connor gonna
O'Sully.
lead.
Oh, yeah, so Det is in the lead, qualifying higher
Beautiful
than O'Sully.
entry.
Doing a great job in that 370.
Absolutely
O'Sully,
dragging Det around.
Excellent chase driver.
He's gotta do his best to
showcasing how
catch
come
up
into
here.
Outer zone number 2. Det
Sacrificing
right there
a
on
little
the line,
angle.
looking absolutely planted in that
He's
370Z.
getting right there, rubbing tire.
Allowing
Up,
O'Sully is Jaden and Sergey. Jaden qualifying 4th is in the lead, and Sergey qualifying 13th is going to chase him down. Jaden tossing in already. Sergey a little late to enter behind him. Both of these guys still in drift as they come around to that second outer zone. It looks like Sergey's making up some ground there in the chase position. Taking out a little bit of angle, which is a normal sacrifice in the chase position in order to stay close. And he's nice and close as they come around that inner clip. Jaden transitioning across that concrete patch. Sergey giving him a little room to do so, dipping a tire, but manages to recover coming around outer zone number 3 and across the line.
Great job from both drivers there. Going to be interesting watching them switch positions. Jaden's going to follow here, so let's see what they can do. If they can keep it together for this next switch up, judges are going to have a hard time making a decision.
For sure, and I know we were discussing it earlier, whenever a faster car is having to be in the chase position, they're really going to have to use all of their skills in order to keep that car sideways in proximity, but not, running over the lead driver. So
Sergey in the lead. I'd like to see an entry a little earlier than that, but we'll take it. Not really connecting with the outer zone there. A little hot, a little hot, a little hot. Oh my, he is just ditch digging out there. I don't know how he got out of that.
getting some mud on the drone as well.
Kind of just flat out ignoring the zones here, though. So Again, I already have a feeling I know which way this one's going to go, but I'll leave it up to the judges. Jaden keeping his composure there, too, behind quite a wild ride from Sergey.
Yeah, great job by Sergey keeping it together after dropping what looked to be 2 tires in the mud there, even getting some mud on the drone. And then Jaden just sticking with him in the chase position, not too phased with some of the small errors in the lead. So giving it up to him as well. Let's have our judges take a look, and we will let you know who is the winner.
That's it, as we predicted. Jaden taking the win here. Moving on.
So far, it looks like you have a crystal ball with these battles. You're spot on.
Call him like I see him.
Yeah, that's why we like you.
Stern but fair, they say.
Stern but fair, they say.
Kenrick broke the TV.
We're just taking a quick second to change those drone batteries and get our competition back underway. We're about halfway through the top 16 here for the Gambler 235 tire class here at Raceway Park. Again, I want to thank all of our media for braving the elements to get you guys some sweet shots here today. Make sure you thank your media guys. They are doing God's work out here, as well as all of our track workers, our grid workers standing out here in the rain. Thank you guys so much. And make sure you check out the live stream for all of our partners. Thank you to those guys. Make sure you support them where you can, because they support drifting, and we dig that.
Yay, drifting.
Yay, drifting. All right, our final battle on the left side of the bracket. We have the man himself, Mike Knapp, going against Jake Moole. Too bad Mike doesn't have his 1 series. It would have been a 1 series on 1 series battle here today. But Mike Knapp just doing what he does there in the lead. Really great line, tons of angle, and smooth getting into that second outer zone. Just absolutely planted in that zone. And Moole doing a great job getting close to him as well. Sacrificing just a little bit of angle to do so, but his proximity is definitely there as they cross across the center section of the track, getting into that concrete a little bit. Just a small error in the chase position as they come around to outer zone number 3 and across the line.
Mike absolutely locked in all day long on the same line. Damn near every time I've watched him take a lap here this weekend. So going to be interesting when he switches spots. I have a feeling Mike's going to be able to keep it together and move along.
Absolutely. He's got a ton of laps in that car, a ton of laps in all conditions. And, of course, you know.
Seat time
yeah.
almost always wins. That's the key to the whole equation here in drifting, seat time.
I would agree
Folks
with you.
listening at home, go get more seat time. That's what you need to do. All right, switching it up, Mike Knapp in to follow. Mike giving him a little room, unsure on how he's going to enter. And I'm sure he's going to tighten it up right about here. Absolutely, right into the pocket. Absolutely beautiful. See how they do on a transition here. They can get to that outer zone. Mike putting the pressure on. Oh. Yep.
Unfortunately, I'm going to let the judges confirm, but that looks to be 3 tires off, 4 tires off. All right, so that is going to be a 0 in the lead for Moole. And by default, Mike Knapp is going to get the win. Obviously, Mike put on a great showing as well, but Moole sort of seals the deal there with that last outer zone.
Consistency is what is going to win this, and Mike Knapp is on top when it comes to that today.
All right, let's move on to the right side of the bracket. We're moving well through this competition here at Raceway Park, the Gambler. We are in the 235 Gambler class, and our next 2 drivers on the line are Cressette and Silva. Two very different cars, but let's see how they do. All right, the lights are out and away we go on this battle. Colin Crissette, your number 2 qualifier in the lead, and Silva in that Corvette chasing him down. Colin doing a nice job there in the lead, bringing the speed that we're used to seeing from him. Silva sticking with him in the chase. Not quite as much angle, but again, given the conditions, not bad proximity, getting close to Crissette's door. Colin Crissette slowing way down, coming through that inner clip. Silva sticking with him. Both drivers transition into outer zone number 3. Colin right in that zone, exactly where we want him. Silva just a little bit farther back, but doing a decent job in the chase given the circumstances for sure.
Yeah, it looked like that Corvette kept wanting to bite up and grip up, and he was having a lot of trouble with that. So we'll see if he can clean things up on his lead. I'm sure he's hopeful of it himself. Phil the Dent guy. Can he redeem himself here? Tree's going green. Let's see here, Phil getting his entry on. Not quite filling the outer zone. Crosset keeping a nice distance. Now he's getting right in the pocket, but Phil really not pouring on too much angle here. But again, that thing really wants to grip up, it seems. All right.
Yeah,
see how we clean it up here. Nice, boys.
Colin showing that aggression and chase there, especially towards the second half of that run. Really, really well done. Again, these conditions are tough, so I'm giving it up to these guys for chasing that closely. And obviously, you can't have a good chase without a good lead, so excellent job to Silva as well.
I'm giving it up for them just driving in these conditions because I wouldn't. No way, no how.
I would be sick.
Yeah, no, I would. Nah, I don't like this weather at all.
I can't drive in the rain.
My car just hydroplanes in this
I
weather.
just don't like it. I prefer to drive in the dry.
Yeah. Who's going to advance? Both of these boys, Club Loose regulars, by the way.
Absolutely. Love to see it out there. Love to see them drive. And like you said earlier, I'm about the poster child of overbuilding your car and not enough seat time. These guys are the opposite. So much seat time. They're in every photo, pretty much, that gets posted.
Every album.
Every album.
Judges having it.
All right, the lights are out, and away we go on this battle. Colin Crissette, your number 2 qualifier in the lead, and Silva in that Corvette chasing him down.
His entry on.
So the judges were just taking a look at Phil Silva's lead, just to be sure if he did in fact drop a tire, and he did, which is not a 0, but it will be like a little bit of points off, and that compared with Crissette's lead and obviously that amazing chase is going to earn him the win. Colin Crissette moving on to the top 8.
Better luck next time for Phil the Dent guy.
Phil, if I'm not mistaken, a newer driver in general, so it's great to see him in competition, some of the first years that he's been in drifting, so love to see it.
Yeah, I believe he picked it up this year or last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Which is crazy for him to be at this level. But next 2 drivers heading out for their tandem battle, Tim Frito Wilson and Trevor Root. 2 BMW boys, 2 regulars. Love this battle. Frito, all of that aggression, not a ton of angle in 1, but coming into outer zone number 2, doing an excellent job in the lead, allowing Trevor Root to really put it on his door. That is what we mean when we're saying we want proximity. We want the chase driver close to the lead driver and mirroring the angle at the same time. Root falls back just a little bit in chase as they cross across the center section, maybe not realizing how quick Tim Wilson really is. Tim Frito Wilson across the line, catching some mud on his way there, and Trevor Root not quite as close as we'd like to see him in outer zone number 3.
Yeah, that's not going to bode well for Trevor Root. Frito really got the gap on him there through that second half of the track. So regardless of the dirt drop, I think that's going to go to Tim's favor. So we're going to see if Trevor can throw it down here and maybe redeem himself on his follow run.
Yeah, we'll see what he's got.
Run, sorry. Tree is green. Trevor Root. Nice entry. Frito putting the pressure on right out of the box, though. I knew this was going to be tough for Trevor. Frito just not afraid to put it right up against his door. Man, tires right under his mirror. That's impressive. Right across our inner clip. Oh. That had me nervous. I thought Trevor was going to go headed straight for the wall.
Same. They're playing a dangerous game out there in outer zone number 3.
Strong follow from Frito there.
I think the judges are going to want to see a replay for sure there, especially given Frito just a little bit of a fallback in chase in almost the same spot that Trevor Root fell back. So I think the judges are going to want to see just a little bit of a replay on there. But again, only because this was such a good battle. 2 excellent leads, 2 really well done chases. So we'll have a closer look and let you know what they find out.
I'll keep my opinion to myself, but I think I'm already right. I already wrote it down on my little sheet here. So. Oh, Miss Honey back in the announcer's box.
He's putting his money where his mouth is, folks. He's writing the drivers he thinks is going to win on the sheet before they win. So we'll see how well he is at predicting.
Judges having themselves a little debate here. Just reviewing our footage. Two briskets in the smoker, and none of it's for you, folks.
This is our first really tough battle to take a look at, and obviously the conditions are coming into play quite a bit because these 2 drivers would be normally absolutely throwing down if we had some dry laps for you today, but still doing a great job with what they're given. The judges are just taking a closer look at that center section where some tomfoolery went down on both parts of that battle. And as soon as we have a winner or a decision, we will let you know.
Oh, wow, they're going to the big board. Look at this. Well, you guys can't see anything that I can see. So.
Luckily, we have quite a bit of monitors in front of us.
Yeah, there's like several.
Yeah, and the judges are all crowded around there taking a look. They have a side-by-side. I don't believe we have it up for you guys right now, but if you're watching at home or if you have the YouTube up, you can always scrub back, just take a look at those battles again. Let us know in the YouTube comments who you think is going to win. Say what's up. Say who's your favorite driver.
Really? You ain't messing, huh? Well, OMT, folks. I called it.
Yeah, well, I think it came down to that center section of the track. These guys, just a little bit of a straighten, and Root had the same sort of situation where he fell back quite a bit. So if those drivers can clean up that spot on the track, we're going to let them go back. Change tires if they need to. I don't think they're going to need to. And run this battle back one more time.
I feel like this entire event has been very easy on the tire budget.
Oh, yeah. Thank goodness.
Very, very easy.
All right, here we go. Moving straight on to our next battle. Langlois in the lead and Nicholas chasing him down. Langlois in that E46 with the skis on the roof. Still got him up there. And Nicholas just struggling a little bit in chase. It might be from that ridiculous car build that he's wheeling back there. Manages to get it back in proximity in the chase position as Langlois comes across the track. Throwing that BMW, just looking nice and smooth and consistent into outer zone number 3. I feel like I'm watching one of his qualifying runs here, and allows Nicholas to really put it on his door.
A lot of trouble wheeling that FDRX7 behind that BMW there for him. One of those struggles when you have a lot more power than the car you're following.
Yeah.
You're going to surge the throttle, the car's going to want to grip up, and it takes a real finesse. And in this type of condition, only the best can pull it off.
Right. It's definitely a struggle, and when the competition, the great equalizer is just the tire size, you kind of have free reign to do whatever you want to your car, and some of these guys have pretty gnarly builds.
There we go. It's an impressive entry there. Wasn't expecting that. See if he'll fill the outer zone here. Not quite. Not even really touching it. Oh, now he's got a tire in there. Oh, my. These dudes are throwing it all out there. Really great filling that outer zone on that next one. Not really getting both tires back there, though, so.
Yeah, and Langlois really throwing it on and chase on that last outer zone there. We'll have our judges take a look, and we'll let you know when we have a winner. All right, and it is official. Langlois gets the win in that tan E46 with those skis on the roof. Langlois gets the win, moves on to the top 8.
Last battle here, and then we move on to our top 8.
We're moving through competition. I'm enjoying this pace. Exciting.
These guys.
Right. We
Oh,
do it the
yeah.
one more
Whoops,
time.
my bad.
It's okay. That's why we're here.
Forgot
to-
about the one more time. I tried skipping past it.
We do have a one more time battle between Tim Frito Wilson and Trevor Root. Then we will move on to Jimmy Ravert and Josiah Falace, our final battle here in the top 16. We have one of our grid workers going to grab a chunk of bumper. That's how wild that last battle got. Nicholas leaving a piece of his bumper on the track. So hang tight with us as we get this cleared, and we'll get our competition back underway.
Oh, that's RX-7 bumper? Yeah. Oh, expensive.
Ooh,
Very FD expensive.
Gus is about to put that on eBay, you think?
No.
Okay.
He should, though. Do it.
Again, thank you so much to our track workers for braving the rain. Thank you, Gus. Love you, buddy. All of our media hanging out in the media pits. We love you guys. Make sure you give it up to your media. Without them, you would not look cool on the internet. We all know that's what matters. So. We're reading some of the chat comments, so if you guys want to say what's up to us, make sure you leave a comment in the YouTube live.
Big Hutch. That is Dave NJ. It's me, buddy.
We got a little guest action up here in the booth. And let's get into our one more time battle between Tim Frito Wilson and Trevor Root. Frito tossing it in there. He's moving through that first outer zone. Trevor Root is sticking with him as they cross the track to set themselves up for outer zone number 2. Tim Frito Wilson right at the edge, and Trevor Root is using that opportunity to really dive on him, falling back just slightly in chase as they exit outer zone number 2. Coming around to that inner clip, just getting a little bit on the inside of that clip, but these drivers transitioning at the same time, setting themselves up nicely for outer zone number 3. Frito getting at least a tire off there, getting some of the mud and across the line. Definitely a better job in that center section by both drivers, and a better job in chase by Trevor Root.
I mean, depending on how this next one goes, this could be just as hard of a decision as the last one.
I completely agree.
That was smooth on everybody's part there.
Yep. This is one of those battles that could go time and time again. Tim Frito Wilson's hard to kill, man. He'll stick all the way through a competition in that car that sounds like it should not still be going, and yet it is.
Well, you're not wrong there. All right, Trevor Root on the entry here. Frito going to put the pressure right up on his door, though I could already see it. Frito's dialing it in. Trevor filling out his zone, though. And yeah, Frito's just going to put that tire right against that door. Oh, a little too aggressive there. Sometimes you bite off more than you can chew. No, they touched a little. Yeah, they touched a little there. Frito going a little shallow. He's trying to grab the mop and bucket to clean that run up, but
Dave, I think you got your crystal ball active again, because you said this is going to go one more time, and that was the closest we've seen. Just excellent job in the chase and lead by both of these drivers. Just really, really well done. I don't know how they're going to pick a winner.
I think that bump may come out to hurt Frito, though. That's probably going to cost him some points there, because it put a substantial gap between the two of them.
Good point. Excellent job calling that out. Because the object in the chase is obviously to get as close as you can get, mirroring the lead driver's angle, but without hitting, ideally.
Yeah, at no point do you ever want to touch the lead car.
Right.
Regardless of whether you affect that lead car's angle, speed, what have you. You just don't want to touch it. And in this case, it kind of bit Frito back, so
hey,
we'll
sometimes when you're putting the aggression on, collisions happen. That's drifting. But, yeah.
Judges back in the analyst booth over there.
All right, and I think you called it. That little boop there and the tire drop in outer 3 came against him. So Trevor Root is going to get the win. Moving on, Tim Frito Wilson giving us a little bit of a burnout back there on the line. Just celebrating. Tim loves to come out and have a good time, so he's stoked on his battles either way, as he should be. Excellent job here by both these drivers, and Trevor Root's moving on to your top 8. All right, our final battle of the top 16 here at Raceway Park the Gambler. Our 235 Gambler class. Jimmy Revert in the lead. Josiah Fillets chasing him down. Oh, God. Oh, no. Spicy. Okay, well, it looks like we can keep talking about taking hits because there may have been some contact there on entry. We know Revert loves to throw it in there with a ton of angle, so I don't know if that angle slowed him down. Josiah got into him. We're going to have to check out the replay here
Josiah
and see what
going
our
on a little victory lap
judges
here.
have to say. So I wasn't mistaken. It does not appear that there was contact on that entry, which good job on both these drivers for avoiding contact. I believe Jimmy, as we said earlier, just got a little too silly. He loves to pour on the angle and over-rotated. So let's see the second half of this battle. Josiah in the lead, Revert chasing him down. Josiah just looking consistent like we've seen him in qualifying, doing a great job in the lead there with that big old wagon swinging that thing around the track. Doing a great job there in outer zone number 2 on about of a mid-line. Revert getting nice and close to him, trying to put the pressure on in the chase, make up for that error in the lead. But I'm not sure it will be enough as these drivers come around that last outer zone. Revert getting a little silly again. Josiah looking absolutely planted in that wagon. And I'll look to the judges to make it official. And it is Josiah Fillets is going to get the win and round out our top 8.
Easy decision there. Jimmy just kind of handed it up. So
sometimes you yee when you should haw, you know?
Should not wrong there. All right, big interesting battle here. Nate Chen and Connor O'Sully coming up.
Yes. That's a great point. Look at our judges. All right, now we also have a points race here at Raceway Parks the Gambler, so we will give you guys updates how we're doing in the points right now. We have 2 drivers that I believe are in points contention. Connor O'Sully actually already clinching that number 1 spot. We do have a bunch of drivers vying for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, so we'll keep you guys posted as to how that shakes out. All right, Nate Chen in the lead, your number 1 qualifier, being chased down by the Series 235 points winner, Connor O'Sullivan. Nate Chen just looking absolutely dialed. We're watching one of his qualifying runs here. Connor O'Sully diving down to get close to Nate in that 2nd outer zone. O'Sully just feathering the throttle behind Nate to stay close to him, mirroring his angle, just right on his door there. We love to see the proximity, giving him a little bit of breathing room as they come across the track to transition into outer zone number 3. Nate Chen just putting it right where it needs to be in that final outer zone. Connor O'Sullivan finishing on his door. Great job by both of these drivers.
Yeah, both of these dudes are serious competitors here today. I mean, shame we're not going to be able to see both of them on the podium, but also kind of gives everybody else probably a sense of relief, knowing that they're not going to have to battle these two all the way to the end.
Right, and worth noting, Nate Chen currently 2nd in points. O'Sully is 1st. Oh, actually, I am wrong. I'm going to have to update you guys after this battle. I'll let you do.
All right, Connor O'Sully leading. Nice, big, aggressive entry. Nate Chen trying to keep up. Both boys filling that zone out very well. Connor right out there where we want to see him. Nate riding the struggle bus a little bit. Oh. Let's see how these boys do in the transition. Nate sticking it right back to him, trying to. Nice and clean from both boys.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. And while we let our judges deliberate before we let you know who is going to win, just a small correction. So Connor O'Sully has clinched the points for the High Roller Unlimited Tire Championship. In the 235 Gambler Championship, Trevor Root is currently sitting number 1 in points. Nate Chen is right behind him. After qualifying, I believe they are currently tied. So this is a points race unfolding in front of your eyes between Nate Chen, Trevor Root, Connor O'Sullivan in 3rd in Gambler 235 class, and Colin Croissant in 4th. And these drivers are separated by only a few points, so we cannot say how this 235 Gambler Championship is going to shake out until we get much farther in this competition.
It's anybody's game, so we'll see who takes home the big bucks today.
All right, we're checking out a side-by-side here while the judges deliberate. Again, we have the number 2 driver in the points right now, Nate Chen, and number 3 driver in the points right now, Connor O'Sullivan. And whoever loses here, this is going to have a huge impact on where the points shake out. So this battle is pretty important. And of course, 2 drivers as talented as these guys, it's going to be hard to call. And as I say that, let's go ahead and back it up with a one more time. These drivers are going to go at it again. A one more time battle between Chen and O'Sully.
Another OMT. I know the fans are happy about that.
Yeah, who's mad at more drifting? Like, not me ever, you know? And when it gets to, like, the 2nd and 3rd one more time, I'm kind of like, all right, I guess just foot race for this one. Like, I love to see some close, tight drifting, but...
It'd be great after 3 OMTs, they make them switch cars.
Yeah. Yeah, they should. So they should up the ante after the second one, I think. But that's just me. All right, our drivers are ready. We have Jay Maturana in the lead. Mike Knapp, the man himself, in chase. Jay throwing it in there to outer zone number 1, looking absolutely perfect there in that zone all the way to the edge. Mike Knapp right with him in chase as they come around to that second outer zone. Jay about a mid-line through that second outer zone, but he looks absolutely planted. No adjustments as he comes through, allowing Mike Knapp to really get closer to the chase position. Jay coming around to that inner clip, gets it a little bit on the inside, but really well done there on that inner clip. Jay transitioning to that 3rd outer zone. Mike Knapp just a little bit straighter in chase there as they come across the line, and uh-oh. We have a half spun over the line. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let these judges tell me what's happening right now. This is obviously less than ideal. We would have loved for him to finish that entire run. Technically, a spin after the line is a 0, so. All right, so just to update you guys, that was a straighten and chase by Mike Knapp, so that would be a 0. And also spinning across the line, a 0, so there is a double 0 run. We're going to have to pick a winner based on this second half of the battle with Mike Knapp in the lead and Jay chasing him down.
Let's see if Mike can redeem himself here. Both drivers coming in with a 0, though, so it's anybody's battle at this point. Mike locking it in with a nice entry, filling out that outer zone. Oh, a little touch there, I'm not sure. It looked like a touch from where I'm sitting. Mike filling that zone beautifully, locked in like he's on rails. Nothing but impressive laps laid down by Mike Knapp this weekend. Oh, it's a little bit of washiness from Moole.
All right, so our judges are going to take a look at that and see what's going on. Obviously, given that first run with these drivers both coming out with a 0. I mean, I think the second half of that battle was great. Mike Knapp giving an excellent lead run, and Jaden just chasing him down really, really well as well. So we'll have the judges take a look, and we'll let you know what the verdict is. All right, and given the errors on that first half of the battle, the judges are going to send these guys one more time. Hopefully they can clean it up, and we can decide based on driving ability and not on technicalities. We don't like doing that, you know? So we're going to get to see these guys go one more time as well. In the meantime, we will either get back to our one more time battle between Nate Chen and Connor O'Sully, or move on to the other side of the bracket here at the top 8 at Raceway Park, the Gambler, our 235 Gambler class. All right, here is our one more time battle. Nate Chen, Connor O'Sullivan. This has a huge effect on the points. Two of the best drivers here at the Gambler. Nate Chen tossing it in there, just on rails here, just really, really consistent in his lead. Connor O'Sullivan, oh no. You just saw a big error in the chase here by O'Sully. He's trying to make up for it with his proximity, and Chase just getting as close as he can to Nate. Nate Chen just on rails coming out of outer zone number 2. Little far inside on that inner clip there in the lead, but Connor O'Sullivan using that as an opportunity to get really close to him. Nate Chen not as dialed in outer zone number 3, and Connor O'Sullivan just glued to him to finish off that run.
Yeah, now we obviously know we saw that bobble from Connor O'Sully, and we know that's going to affect his final score here. So hopefully he can impress the judges with his lead run. We'll see what he's got here.
Obviously stranger things have happened. This is drifting, so you know we never know what's going to go down. Connor O'Sullivan in the lead this time. Nate Chen chasing him down.
Big aggressive entry from Connor. Nice transition, filling out that outer zone all the way, but Nate is just right up his ass. And Nate is on him. A little delayed on his transition, climbing back up against the door. A little more, and cross the finish line. There we go.
Goodness gracious. I think we're going to go ahead and make this official.
That's all Nate Chen, as we probably all expected. That little scurry there in the middle section on his follow really screwed Connor. So
Unfortunately, that was don't leave it in the hands of the judges there. Unfortunately, Connor O'Sullivan out early. Nate Chen moving on to the final four. That's going to have a huge effect on the points. We will keep you guys posted. And make sure you guys stick around because we will be doing a ton of podium ceremonies. Obviously, we have the points race. We have the results from today in both our 235 Gambler class and our Unlimited Tire High Roller class. So make sure you guys stick around for that. In the meantime, we're going to move on to the next battle of our top 8. All right, moving on to the right side of our top 8, we have Colin Croissant up against Trevor Root. These guys have definitely seen each other in battle before here at the Gambler. Connor. Colin Croissant doing a great job in the lead. Trevor Root chasing him down. Croissant coming into that second outer zone just looks absolutely dialed there all the way at the edge, and Trevor Root doing what he does in the chase position, chasing him down. A little bit of a correction there in chase as they come around to that inner clip. Croissant transitioning across the track, leaving Trevor Root back a little bit, but Trevor Root trying to reel him in as they come around that second outer zone. Just a small correction in the lead by Croissant. Let's go ahead and flip these drivers around and let Trevor Root lead and Colin Croissant chase him down.
Trevor seemed to have his foot on the foot brake quite a bit there, trying to keep himself back off of hitting Croissant, but clean run, I gotta say, clean follow. So let's hope he can step it up on his lead run, and he's gonna be looking to advance past Croissant. So here they go. Trevor Root, big old entry. Nice and collected, filling out his zone properly. Colin just putting the pressure on, though, really tightening it up. Yeah, Trevor is just, a little hiccup there. Little hiccup there. Nice, Trevor Root just staying on the outside, filling all of his zones, and a nice smooth finish, almost touching there right across the line.
Yeah, that's going to be another close one where I do not want to be a judge right now. Might be a good time to let you know who our judges are. We have Chris Meyer, former Gambler champion, coming in here to judge for us for this round. Kenrick Meyer, also former Gambler champion and Pro 2 driver in Formula Drift. And we have Fred on the end there, just a drifter drifting around. So we have a bunch of different perspectives there. They're taking a look at the replay. They also have a side-by-side, plenty of information to be able to make their decision. And as soon as we have that, we'll let you guys know.
This also gives our drone time to swap its batteries. So it's a win-win for everyone. Judges having a little deliberation here.
Attention in the pits, everybody. Make sure you check your tents. Make sure they're secure. Make sure they're not blowing over here. We're taking a quick second just to review this footage. A great time to double check that your pits are secure and we don't have any tents flying around. Thank you, guys.
Oh boy, get your croissant emojis ready. Big Colin advancing to the next round.
Yep, Colin Cressette is going to get the win. Let's get a couple croissants in the chat for this one. Trevor Roux putting on a great show. The judges just felt like Colin Cressette had a little bit more aggression and was able to get through the runs with slightly less adjustments. So Colin Cressette is going to get the win and move on to your final four. All right, we're running our next battle in the meantime. This is our one more time. Oh, just kidding. Just kidding. This is Langlois and Nick and Falaise. Langlois in the lead with that E46. Josiah Falaise chasing him down in the wagon. Langlois using that really consistent line that we've been seeing him run all day here. A little bit slower than Falaise in the chase, obviously. He's able to keep up with him, no problem. Langlois doing a great job coming around outer zone number 3, and Falaise just right with him in the chase position. Nicely done here by both of these drivers.
Very smooth, very collected from both drivers. Let's switch them around and see where they put themselves. All right, Falaise in the big wagon, going to be the leading here. Let's watch a big old aggressive entry like he's been doing all day, as predicted. Right out there in that zone. Nice smooth transition, getting out there. I'd like to see him a little further out. Nope, there he is. Serious proximity here, though. Across that inner clip that no one can see. And right out to where he belongs. Sticking it across the line. That's going to be a tough one for the judges.
Yeah, really well done there. I'm going to give it up to Langlois for keeping up in the chase position. Obviously, Josiah really quick in that wagon. But Langlois didn't seem like he had too much trouble in the chase position. So I bet our judges are going to want to see a nice side-by-side here so they can just make sure they saw all these battles and they will pick a winner. And as soon as they let us know, we will let you know.
Yeah, a lot of trust getting shown between these drivers. So that's what makes for these impressive runs.
Exactly. That's really well put. Yeah, you can't have a good tandem without an excellent lead and a chase and a lead driver that are really ready to get rowdy with each other. So
yeah, if the dude in front of you is acting a fool, it's definitely going to affect your driving as the follow driver.
100%. And we do have a winner here. Langlois is going to get the win and move on to the Final Four. The judges were incredibly impressed with his chase and felt that he was just more consistent. Each of these drivers had an excellent lead, and they just felt like Langlois was a little more aggressive in chase. Love to see it. Give it up to him. He's moving on to the Final Four.
Props to our judges for being able to hash that out, because that's definitely not an easy one to decide. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we will have our one more time with Jaden and Mike Knapp.
Yep, we need to round out our Final Four, and that will be the winner of Jaden and Mike Knapp. We'll see those drivers. Hopefully they can clean it up a bit. We won't have any zeros, and we can have a better time of trying to pick a winner. Hang tight. We're going to change drone batteries, get everything set up for you guys, and we'll get into that one more time battle.
Mike Knapp on the chase here. Let's see it. Jaden getting wide out there by that wall, filling out his first zone. Perfect. Oh, it's going to be a spin here. Or I don't know what you call that. Not a spin, but a
half spun.
A herky-jerky, I'll call it.
All right, well, because of that herky-jerky, as you call it, unfortunately, that's going to be a zero for Jaden's lead.
I mean, I don't know if it's a herky-jerky, but it was something.
Yeah, I mean, he yeed when he should have hawed, you know? All right, bear with us. We're eating some brisket up here in the tower. Let's see what Mike Knapp has for us in the lead position. Mike Knapp, just that consistent line, not getting quite as deep as we've seen him previously in outer zone number 1. Both these drivers coming around outer zone number 2. Jaden taking that opportunity to really put it on Mike's door, put the pressure on. He knows he's really sitting on that big error in his lead run. Mike Knapp, again, just very, very consistent, coming through exactly where you want to be on that inner clip. Both drivers transitioning into outer zone number 3. Mike Knapp just not quite in that zone where we want him, but Jaden is glued to his door.
Yeah, this will be interesting for the judges to have to hash out, because obviously Jaden's lead run was a 0. So it's going to be interesting to see how they determine this. All right, Mike Knapp gets a win. That was easy for them to figure out. Mike Knapp gets a win. Mike Knapp moving to the 4. Final 4. Here we go, folks. Nate Chen, Mike Knapp. Mike Knapp in the follow. Nate filling out that rear zone. Mike Knapp laying right into where he belongs, though, getting into that pocket. All right, Mike slowing down a bit. Substantial gap there. I know the judges aren't going to like that.
Unfortunately, Mike Knapp is going up against the #1 qualifier here, Nate Chen. He's had consistent runs all day here, and obviously we've seen Mike Knapp equally as consistent, but not quite as close as we'd like to see him in Chase. We know he can do better, though. You know, we've seen him do better.
Absolutely.
All right, Mike Knapp here in the lead, coming around that first outer zone. Oh no, big correction there by Mr. Knapp in the lead. It's so hard for me to call him by his first name. Anyway, here we go around that second outer zone. Mike Knapp's got it much better line. He's in the pocket. He's in the exactly where we want him in outer zone number 2. Nate Chen coming in just on Mike Knapp's door there to come across the center section. Mike Knapp coming around to outer zone number 3. Again, just at the very edge of that zone, not exactly where we want to see him, and just pulling out of drift a little bit at the end there. Unfortunately, it's looking pretty bad for Mr. Knapp here. I believe this is probably going to be him getting knocked out, but we're going to let you know what the judges say, and let's make it official here. Nate Chen gets the win and moves on to the finals. Important to know that Mike Knapp and also the loser of Crosset and Langlois will be doing battle for third place. You got to earn your spot on the box here. It's not just awarded. So the losers of these top 4 battles will hang around, do battle themselves, and we'll have a third place winner for you as well. All right, we're just taking a quick second here to clear the track. Apparently there might be some crunchies in outer zone number 3. Mike Knapp letting us know that he might have an issue with one of his axles. So we're just sending out one of our grid workers there to make sure there are no parts on the physical track. So hang tight with us, and we'll be right back to the final 4 competition here at Raceway Park, the Gambler.
Gives reason to why Mike kind of just coasted his way off of the track there, too.
That's a great point, Dave. That makes a lot of sense, straightening coming out of outer 3. That'll do it for you if you got an issue with the axle.
All right, so what's your name and where are you from?
Ricky Hoffman, and I live about 10 minutes away, Millstone, New Jersey.
Little hometown hero action.
All right.
So tell us a bit about your machine, chassis, engine, little high level.
This is a 1997 Nissan 240SX S14. It's got a 900 horsepower Rad Industries 2J under the hood, G-force, the whole 9. Good car, good car.
All right, and it's a bit of a damp day out today. How has the car been in these conditions?
So this track is quite possibly the worst track ever in the rain, but it also makes it a lot of fun because you can just go lap after lap after lap after lap. Like I just did 8 laps in a row in practice, and I ran the car to fuel in practice. I've never been able to do that before. So as much as the rain makes the driving a little different. It also brings another factor of fun to it as well.
Absolutely. And how does it feel being on the other side? Sure, you're not in the points race. You're usually a judge for us. How does it feel to be on the comp side of it?
Oh, I love it. Competitions are the most fun thing in the world. It's just, usually throughout the year, this thing needs to get worked on 24/7. Now that my competition season's over, I can come do some hometown stuff. It's the best. I love being here.
Well, awesome. We love to have you. Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Good luck out there, buddy.
Peace out.
All right, we have the other side of the finals here. Colin Croissant against Langlois. Croissant in the lead, throwing it into the first outer zone. Really, really well done there. Langlois using that as an opportunity to get close to him. Croissant getting into the second outer zone, doing a great job positioning his car all the way at the edge of the track, and Langlois just dialed in now in chase. Little left foot brake we can see by that rear windshield strip as he's coming around to that inner clip. Croissant transitioning across that slippery point on the track, throwing it in outer zone number 3, and it sticks. Langlois not quite in the right spot in chase, but he's definitely right there in that proximity. Really well done by both these drivers. Let's flip them around and see what they got for us on the next half of this battle.
Langlois is really going to have to step it up here on his lead run to get ahead of Croissant. That was a very, very strong lead run.
Absolutely agreed, Dave. That was one of the best leads we've seen out of Croissant. He's a very aggressive driver, so I am not shocked. Langlois is going to have to earn this one if he wants to take down Colin.
I got my pen hovering on my list. Lights are green. Langlois is going to lead. Whoa, Colin's way back there. Colin just basically, essentially, I don't know what he's doing. He's just giving this run away. I mean, he's collected himself now, but he really needs to shape up here. I don't know what happened on that entry.
Well, I always tell everyone to keep in mind that these cars are built with an inch of their lives. It could easily be a part failure that he's dealing with rather than a driver error. Something might have happened when he came off the line, so it looks as
I'm wondering if he had like a misshift or something.
And I'm seeing some weird motion in the rear of that car. I'm wondering if there was an arm that broke or maybe DB'd. So, you know,
look how he's whipping the car back.
Yeah, maybe they can let us know on grid what happened
something.
to Colin. The car is just, it's looking really, really weird in chase, unfortunately. But sometimes that happens, and unfortunately battles will be lost to a mechanical failure, so. All right, we're going to make it official. Langlois is going to get the win. We're still not entirely sure what happened there on the entry, whether Colin was battling something broken in the car, maybe a driver error there. So unfortunately, that is going to cost him. But he is going to battle Mike Knapp for third. So he can still end up on the podium tonight. But Langlois is going to end up in the finals against Nate Chen. All right, so Mike Knapp, we did let you guys know that he was having an issue with his axle. He did call a competition 5 timeout, so hopefully they can get that situated so he can come back up for the third place battle. We're just waiting for Mike Knapp and Colin Cressette to do their third place battle to figure out who is going to be on the bottom of the box. Colin, if he also needs to call 5, let us know. I don't know if something was up with his car on that last run. And then we will get into the finals between Nate Chen and Langlois. All right, thank you guys so much for your patience. We're just waiting on a Competition 5 timeout. It looks as if Mike Knapp has gotten his car back together, so he will come out for a third place battle with Colin Cressette, as long as Colin's car is fit for competition, which I believe it is. All right, so I think we should be good to run this third place battle, and then we'll get into our finals between Chen and Langlois.
Let them fight. Let them fight.
And unfortunately, it looks as if I have spoken too soon. I'm very sorry for jinxing you. Mike Knapp will not be making it back to the line. Honestly, we were amazed that he could do an axle in a 5-minute timeout anyway. Props to him for attempting it. We're going to send Colin Croissant on a bye run to make it official. That will be our third place winner here today for the 235 class. But I'll let you know that we're not announcing any more winners from here on out. You guys are going to have to join us at the podium ceremony. So we will be not radioing any winners from there. All right, on the line is our final battle, Chen and Langlois. Chen, your #1 qualifier today for the 235 Gambler class, is in the lead, and Langlois, battling his way up, is going to chase him down. Nate Chen doing a great job of that first outer zone, feathering the throttle there. Langlois diving up to his door in that second outer zone. Nate Chen getting nice and deep in that second outer zone. Langlois just putting a tire to him in the chase position, falling back just slightly as the drivers come around to that inner clip. Just a little bit on the inside of that clip, but Nate Chen transitions around to outer zone number 3, just kissing the edge of that zone, and Langlois in the chase position. What a great job by both these drivers. We're going to flip him around and let Langlois lead and Nate Chen chase him down.
Very impressive chase by Langlois. Really glued to Nate in most of the zones. This first zone, a little back. I would have liked to see him a little further out there, but nice proximity. Nate Chen going to follow Langlois here. Nice little modest entry from both of these boys. Filling out their first zone. Nate Chen getting right up in the door. Staying consistent though. A little bit of a gap. Let's see what we got here on the transition. And this run up. Nate's a little far forward. I'd like to see him a little further back in that. Still an impressive follow nonetheless.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough call. These judges are definitely going to need the side-by-side there to make this call on who is going to come out on top here at the Gambler 235 class. We still have an entire bracket to run for you guys. We have another top 16 for the High Roller Unlimited Tire class. We appreciate you guys hanging in with us here at Raceway Parks the Gambler. The judges are deliberating for our final battle here at the 235 Gambler class. These two drivers hanging out on the line, Chen and Langlois, doing an excellent job in both the lead and the chase, so much so that our judges are taking a look at the side-by-side and really breaking down these runs before they will decide a winner. However, we are not going to announce the winner here. You guys will have to join us at the podium ceremony happening shortly. We will run our high roller bracket first, and then we'll get all these drivers down to the podium ceremony for both the 235 class winners today, the overall points winners, the unlimited class winners, and the overall winners for that as well. It's going to be so many podiums, you don't know what to do with it. All right, we actually do have something to announce to you guys because we're going to send these drivers back out one more time in order to decide a winner. Let's get these drivers back to the line if they can, and we'll send them again before they can decide who is going to be standing on the top of the box here at Raceway Parks the Gambler for our 235 Gambler class. All right, so what's your name and where are you from?
I'm Christian Nelson. I'm originally from Thomaston, Connecticut, but we come out of North Carolina, Concord, North Carolina.
All right, and super high level, tell me about your machine a little bit, engine, chassis.
It's a pretty plain Jane LS1, GSR, all the RTS goodies, obviously, quick change, this was my FT car in 21, and then we came out and did, just some fun stuff, gambler stuff and stuff like that, so we really dig that. Car's been really good to me, the past couple of years, so we decided to come and do some competing, and, we've been having some fun, doing well, so it's like, all right, why not? So we're just hanging out in the car, hanging out in the pits, and just jamming.
We love those vibes. We're happy to have you. So currently you're sitting second in the high roller points. Yeah. How does that make you feel about this weekend?
I mean, pretty stoked. I had no anticipation on doing the Gambler around a series or placing or anything. We came up because James had some borrowed tires for me, and we were like, okay, got third, and then the next one got first. Yeah. So all right, we might as well go. I made it work. We have a baby shower for my wife tomorrow in Connecticut, so she let me slide away for the day, hang out with her mom and all that.
That was very nice, and congratulations.
Super excited.
And last question, how are you feeling about the track conditions? It is a bit slippery out here this weekend.
It's super wet. I haven't driven this course since 21 either, so the rain doesn't help.
Right.
But we're just we just made a small setup change. We're going to go try it again, and we feel comfortable regardless, but some of these guys got a little bit of pace in the rain, so we're just kind of on the fly doing a rain setup.
Awesome. Well, good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll see you out there. All right, so what's your name and where are you from?
I'm Christian.
All right, these drivers are making their way back to the line here for their one more time battle in the finals. Chen and Langlois heading back to the line. The judges were feeling that each driver had a few errors there. Nate Chen could have been a little deeper in outer zone number 3, and Langlois in the chase was just a few too many corrections. So basically everybody needs to just clean it up a little bit so the judges can determine a clear winner here in the finals at Raceway Park, the Gambler. All right, the lights are out and away we go. Nate Chen, your number 1 qualifier today at the 235 Gambler, in the lead, and Langlois chasing him down. Nate Chen on that proper line there in that outer zone number 1, allowing Langlois to really get close to him and chase. Sorry guys, little hiccup there. Nate Chen doing a great job staying in outer zone number 2. Little correction there, getting nice and deep, even catching some mud. Langlois sticking with him in the chase. Nate Chen transitioning into that third and final outer zone. Let's see if he can get a little bit deeper than we saw him last time, and it looks as if he does. A few small corrections in the chase position by Langlois, but let's go ahead and flip him around, let Langlois in the lead, and Chen chase him down.
All right, we got these boys switched up. We're going to light the tree up and send them on out here. Martin going to lead our boy Chen here. Respectable entry from both competitors. Chen's hanging a little back after this transition, and now he's going to suck on into him. Nice, consistent proximity from Nate Chen here. Both cars cross the inner clip and go for the transition here, and let's see where they plant it on this last turn. Nate going a little tight there, but correcting himself. Smooth run from both competitors. I'm feeling sorry for our judges.
Yeah, I don't ever want to be a judge because I don't like making these tough calls. They do have a lot more tools at their disposal, stuff that you guys are not seeing at home, that we don't even see here as the announcers. They will have a side-by-side as well as many replays as they care to see to try to narrow it down and really determine a winner here. Both of these drivers hopping out of their cars to shake hands.
I thought that was going a little differently. I was like, oh boy, the guys are getting out. It's a fight.
They're taking the European way of this, and they're getting out to
good old handshake and a hug.
But unfortunately, guys, you're going to be left hanging here on the line because we will not be announcing a winner. We'll only let you know if they'll go one more time again, and we will announce our winners down at the podium ceremony. But either way, these two guys are going to be standing on the podium. Just whether they're in first or second is all that's left to determine. Of course, we have Colin Cressette in third, earning his way into the podium tonight. Make sure you guys join us at the podium ceremony after the top 16 for our unlimited tire class. We'll be sure to zoom through those. These guys are ready and raring to go. And as soon as we have a decision, we will let you guys know. All right, and unfortunately, it looks like it is entirely too close to call again, and our drivers are going to go one more time. I saw errors on both parts, to be honest with you. I thought their first battle was much better, so I'm hoping these guys can kind of clean it up here. I'm hoping they can flip it around, and they might even do better going immediately again to really clean up those runs. We need to see these drivers fully in these zones, less corrections, really on it. We know they both have it in them, so hopefully they can go ahead and clean it up, and we'll determine a winner from there.
Another one more time. I'm not opposed to a rock, paper, scissors finish. Well, that's not very fair. You can't go by who's taller.
All right, our drivers are heading back just to get some fuel in the cars, and they'll head right back to the line as quick as they can so we can get this final battle underway and move on with our competition. We need our drivers back to the line as soon as possible so we can move on with this competition. And hopefully we can see a driver emerge on top. We need to see like a clear winner in order to move on. And unfortunately, each driver had their own set of small errors, which is going to cause a second one more time here. So bear with us as we get our drivers back to the line to rerun this final battle. All right, I hear our drivers warming up their tires for this battle. Let's see if we can get them back to the line. see if we can choose a winner here. I'm hoping these guys can really throw down before we move on to our next bracket. Really want to see these guys show us what they can do and really earn that way to the top of the box. We're not giving it out here, so hopefully this will be the last time we see these guys back up on the line.
Sudden death. No, we're going to make them drive in the dark. No lights tonight.
He's fibbing. The lights will go
I
on.
am lying.
We're going to kick them on
gonna turn the
after
lights
we
on.
get done with this battle. We will have lights on for the next bracket.
Forgot. I got to make sure I tell you folks when I'm kidding and I'm not kidding. I know you take.
You just
I know
have-
you
you
always
got-
think I'm serious.
Yeah, you never know what the internet's going to say, dude.
Green on the tree. Let's go.
Here we go. Nate Chen in the lead. Langlois chasing him down. Chen tossing it into that first outer zone. Not quite as deep and aggressive as we normally see him. Langlois right on his door. Oh no, and as I say that, Langlois with a huge error in chase. Nate Chen doing his best around this zone, but again, not quite as deep as we normally see him. Langlois trying to put the pressure on in order to make up for some of that ground in the chase. Nate Chen inside on that clip. He's been going a little bit too far inside on that clip these last couple runs, but honestly much better of a job in outer zone number 3 by Chen, and Langlois trying to stick with him in order to make up for that error in the chase position. Let's go ahead and flip these guys around and see what Langlois has for us in the lead, and let Chen chase him down.
Little contact here in the right at the end of zone 2.
Little booping.
Yeah. I'm not so sure Nate's a fan of that, but that's what happens in comp.
And just to reiterate, that is a 0 in the chase, so Langlois is at a huge deficit here going into the second battle.
Let's see if he can fight off Nate Chen. Both of these boys driving very well. Nate Chen laying it on here. Little bobbly from the front car there. See if we can lock in this last turn. And that is it there, folks.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was also a pretty big error there by Langlois in the lead as well. I don't know if the track's getting a little bit more slippery as the sun is dipping away, but I will let you know when our judges have a winner, but not who it is. You guys will have to join us at the podium to find that out shortly after our top 16 bracket for the unlimited high roller tire class. Our judges are looking at the replay now, the side-by-side, just to make sure they've seen everything that they need to see, and we'll let you guys know as soon as we have a winner. All right, thank you guys for joining us here. We do have a decision. We will not be announcing that. You guys need to join us down at the podium ceremony. We are going to take a quick break here before we jump into our high roller bracket. Give our drone a chance to charge those batteries and everyone a chance to take a quick break. So we will see you guys in about 20 minutes. We'll get back on the mic when we're ready to go. We ask that our high roller drivers, our unlimited tire drivers, get ready to head to the line in about 20 minutes. Thank you guys so much. All right, we're wrapping up this break here. We'll ask that all high roller unlimited tire drivers head to the line for your battles. High roller drivers head to the line for your battles. Start heading up there. We will begin within the next 5 minutes. Our top 2 drivers, Connor O'Sullivan and Josiah Falaise, do have bye runs into the top 8. For the sake of time, we will not be running those bye runs today. We're going to jump right into our battles. So our first battle on the left side of the bracket is Raish and Hoffman. That will be the first battle on the left side of the bracket, and we'll head on from there. Connor O'Sullivan and Josiah Falaise earning their way straight into the top 8. All right, we have Connor O'Sullivan out here to do his buy run. Although these drivers do not have to, they can choose to if they want to get a taste for the track, see how it feels. Looks like O'Sullivan would like to take his. So we'll go ahead and enjoy this buy run really quick before we move on to Raish and Hoffman. Ooh.
Damn, he got a zero. Judges, what is that? How does that work?
Spinning
Does
out
he
on
get
the
a
buy
zero
run.
on his own buy run, huh?
Is not ideal.
He doesn't care. He's got the money. He's got the guts. He can afford to burn the tires.
And burn is a loose term out here. It's slicker than something else, you know?
Slicker than
Something.
snot on a doorknob. I forget what the movie that's.
Welcome back, everybody, to Raceway Park, the Gambler. This is our high roller unlimited tire class. We've already seen O'Sullivan take his buy run into the top 8. And up next on the line, we have Raish and Hoffman. Raish qualifying 8th will lead, and Hoffman qualifying 9th is going to chase him down. This should be a nice, tight battle here.
Rach versus Ricky. Little R&R.
A little R&R going on the track. Nice. I like that.
Let's see if Ricky can represent for his home track or not.
Yeah, we're expecting a lot out here from Ricky. He's
Pressure's
had enough
on,
laps here.
Slick Rick.
All right, Raish tossing it in there for that first outer zone. Doing a nice job getting all the way to the edge of the track. Ricky Hoffman right on his door there, diving in, and uh-oh. It looks like that was an independent incident from where I am seeing. It looks like Raish kind of just put too much sauce on the transition and spun. I don't believe there was contact, but I'm going to go ahead and defer to the judges who have the replay in front of them, and they'll let me know whether or not that was any contact on
Props
there.
to Ricky for kind of predicting
Yeah.
what was to come there. That was impressive.
Yep, avoiding a much worse collision
I
that
feel
could
like
have
he
happened.
knew Rach was going to spin before he even knew.
Confirmed, no contact there. It was not a fault of Hoffman in the chase why Raish spun. Unfortunately, it looks like he put a little too much sauce on that. It happens, especially in these conditions out here. Keep in mind the track is getting slicker by the minute. The rain has not stopped. So we're going to go ahead and send them back to the line this time. Hoffman is going to lead, and Raish is going to chase him down at, unfortunately, a pretty large deficit from his lead run.
All right, Ricky Hoffman up here in the front. He's pretty much got this almost in the bag as long as he keeps this together.
If we know Ricky, we know that
That's
sometimes.
That's why I said if he keeps it in the bag.
I'm just joking around.
Right into monsoon season over here, entering turn 2. Let's see if they can keep it going. Oop, Ricky getting dirty.
Looks like Ricky, unfortunately, a little bit too wide in outer 2, getting some of the dirt.
Yeah, I know the judges aren't going to like that.
He's driving like he doesn't know he's at a deficit right now, which is kind of nice. And Raish putting the pressure on in the chase. Really well done there by both these guys.
Yeah,
We're gonna
impressive by both parties. Ricky, representing for his home track Hoffman, heads to the next round to battle. He will be facing Connor O'Sully.
Oh, yeah. Throwing it down to FD guys in the chat. They call him Pretty Ricky Hoffman in FD. I don't know. Would you call him Pretty, Dave? I'm backing you into this.
No.
Okay, fair enough. Up next, we have Jay and Samuel. Jay qualifying 4th is going to lead, and Samuel qualifying 13th is going to chase him down. All right, here we go. We got this battle up. Jay in the lead and Samuel chasing him down. Jay throwing it in there. Oh no, Samuel in the wall. That is not boding well at all. I hope he is okay and the car is all right, but unfortunately that was a pretty rough hit. Jay is going to continue on with his run in the lead. They do need to continue if it is safe to do so. Obviously, if you're in the chase, you do not need to continue, but being in the lead, Jay is going to finish off this run, and it looks like Samuel's car is significantly damaged here. He will likely need a tow off, so give us just a minute to figure this out here for you guys.
Yeah, he really, car turn now. I don't know how he did that. Folks, we may have to go get the big bad Kawasaki if the it's moving.
Yeah, I hope he can get
Very
off track.
difficult for me to see down there, folks. I apologize.
I hope we can get him off track because we definitely don't want to get the forks. It's not fun getting forked off this track.
I told the forks to go get him.
So now it's a race of how fast he gets off of the track versus the forks, huh? Yeah.
We're setting the mood up here in this tower. Turn the lights off so we can see a little bit better. Obviously, mix of the rain as well as the lights out here on the track. The drone is coming in clutch because it's very hard for us to see up here. In the meantime, while we figure that out, we're going to send the next battle. Galvin does have a competition timeout. If he thinks he can fix the car in his 5 minutes, he is welcome to call that. All right, we're taking a look here just to see. It looks as if the front end of that car has definitely took a pretty heavy hit, unfortunately. Again, he does have the ability to call a Comp 5 timeout if he thinks he can fix it in time. We'll keep you guys posted with how we're going to proceed with that battle, as well as the next battle between Root and Stratton, who are chilling, waiting to head to the line. All right, we have Root and Stratton heading to the line there. We're going to run that battle while we figure out what's going on with Samuel Galvin there, unfortunately getting into the wall. Trevor Root qualifying 5th is going to lead. Stratton qualifying 12th is going to chase him down. Root tossing it in there. A ton of angle getting into outer zone number 1. Stratton even more angle, but he manages to keep it together as they transition around the track, getting around outer zone number 2. Trevor Root looks pretty settled in outer zone number 2. Stratton trying to get close to him and chase. Root coming out of outer zone 2 to grab that inner clip, those 3 hash marks on the track. Dirk Stratton popping flames as he transitions across that center section into that 3rd and final outer zone. Both of these guys looking pretty good. It definitely looks much more slick out there than it did earlier today. So props to these guys for keeping it together. We're going to flip them around and let Stratton lead and Root chase him down.
Dirk Stratton is driving a damn fire-breathing dragon right now. You see that thing? Pow, pow. Shooting all kinds of shit out of the back. Impressive. I mean, it's a Lingenfelter Corvette. I don't know nothing about Corvettes. I'm going to get 10 texts from John Kane right now.
I hope he does text you.
I'm pretty sure Lingenfelter means it's badass.
It is badass.
Yeah, that's what I was
I like watching that car run in the dry. I like watching both these cars run in the dry. They definitely have an extra layer of challenge here with these track conditions. But, you know, at least it's an even playing field.
I have to agree with you there. All right. Big Dirk Stratton leading us into this next battle here. Both of the boys just riding on the cusp of that first zone. Dirk planting it right out, right where we want him. Still spitting fire. Whoa, a little contact. Uh-oh. Whoa. Sorry for the silence there, folks. We dropped our mics, got a little amazed ourselves trying to figure some stuff out here. Trying to figure out if there was contact between these two there. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking there.
Unfortunately, an aggressive chase can turn bad quickly if you're really hitting the lead driver enough for them to straighten out. Obviously, though, a lot can happen, so I'm going to defer to the judges, let you know what they see on the replay here. So if that was an independent incident, if Dirk straightened on his own, obviously that will be on him. But if they determine that Root hit him in such a way that, you know, he was unable to continue drifting, obviously that will be the fault to Root. Give us a second. Honestly, it's going off the rails pretty quickly here, guys. Let's keep in mind these track conditions. Let's try to keep it good. That we were spoiled with an amazing bracket in the 235 Gambler class. Everyone was really throwing down. I don't know if it's the temperatures going down. It's darker now. The conditions are not improving. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to take a quick look at that battle and let you know what we're seeing.
My buddy Brian Hopp gesturing his opinion up here to the judges.
All right, if you guys are hanging with us either in person or on the live stream, thank you so much for your patience. We had a little bit of an incident in front of the tower here in outer zone number 2. Obviously, us here as the announcers are not going to speculate as to what went down. We're going to let the judges tell us what they saw. There was a straighten by Dirk, but whether it was independent or caused by contact, the judges are determining that right now. And once we have an explanation for you guys, as well as a winner for this battle, we will let you guys know.
Do not be fooled by Sarah. I am definitely speculating up here. Out of control speculation coming from old Dave NJ here. So
and I like that about
everybody knows I'm speculating. And I'm
get,
judging hard.
They work me over, dude.
But
if I say the wrong, even half of a wrong thing.
Look at the judges. They look like a bunch of referees at an NFL game.
They do. They're crowded around the screen right now, just taking a look at it. Honestly,
we should get them the black sheet so they go under the black sheet to
right.
watch the replay. No one else can see it.
We do have some spotters up here too, just waiting for the answer on what they're gonna do. Obviously, best case scenario is if the contact is soft enough, they can continue driving. On props when they do so, but you know if there was contact and it was hard enough to straighten him. Of course, you can also have contact from the lead driver straightening as well. Anything can happen out there when you've got a car sideways, especially in these conditions. So.
Well, yeah, and you're going through 17 different puddles.
Yeah, there is a massive puddle coming out of outer zone number 2. And going into 3, we just see these cars splashing away as they're coming through these zones. So
what's been interesting is to watch the slippery spot go from this back zone of turn 2 here on the exit.
Yep.
All the way over to turn 3, and then it looked like the beginning zone of turn 2 here is just a massive puddle.
Yeah, I think this storm here.
Everything's varying throughout the day. It's interesting.
We've got the remnants of that hurricane that's happening or happened down in the south, and we've got that like sprinkle of rain that's just constant. So.
Got a little hurricane coming right here. What is this? Oh, it's a buy run?
Josiah choosing to take his buy run here.
Okay.
We're just going to hang tight, and then we'll hop on the mic after this buy run, let you know what went down.
Wow, forgive me. I thought the underglow was backfire. I was like, wow, that thing's shooting all kinds of colors. Nice little practice run while he runs the groceries around the track in the back of that wagon.
All right, so we have a verdict from that last battle. They're going to go one more time. The judges took a look at that situation in outer zone number 2. They felt that it was partially a straighten on Dirk's part that caused Trevor Root to go into him, and part of Trevor Root charging a little too hard and getting into him. So Stratton couldn't really save a straighten anyway. So they're giving it to both of these guys. Honestly, let's clean it up. Let's keep it tight here, guys. Try to get around the track without incident. That way we can try to award a winner. We're also going to run the other half of the battle as soon as they let me know what's going on with Jay and Samuel. So we're going to hop on, let you guys know what's going on. But we did get that buy run from Josiah out of the way. And we're actually pretty deep in competition here today. So just hang tight with us here, and we'll let you know as soon as we have a decision. All right, we're going to move on with some more battles here as we sort out the left side of the bracket. Honestly, let's see if the right side of the bracket can throw down without incident. We'll have a little friendly competition between the left side and the right side. Currently, the left side is looking a little sketchy. I'd like everyone to tighten it up over there. Right side of the bracket, first battle we have here is Bystrack and Ravert. So let's see if these guys can throw it down. A couple of S13s, a little party action.
Big Matty Bystrack. A hometown hero. Learned how to drive here. Can he represent for his home track? The tree is green. Let's find out.
All right, we have Bystrack qualifying 7th in the lead and Rayvert qualifying 11th, chasing him down. Bystrack throwing it in there, sliding really nicely up to outer zone number 1. Rayvert hanging back a little bit in chase. Bystrack a little bit inside on outer 2, but then he does end up in that zone. And again, Rayvert just a little bit farther back. Bystrack fallen victim to the slippery spot in outer 2, but he does save it. Really well done there in the lead by Bystrack. Rayvert catching up in the chase as well as these drivers transition across the center section of the track into outer zone number 3. Bystrack leaving outer 3 just a little bit early, but still keeping it together. Rayvert coming across the line, not quite as close as we'd like in chase, but I would like to reiterate, this track is looking way more slippery than we saw previously today. So hopefully these guys just getting around track smoothly and without incident is good enough for me. So we'll have Rayvert in the lead, and then Bystrack is going to chase him down.
Bystrack's turn. Let's see if he can back it up. A clean lead by Matty. Now I'm expecting Bystrack to put the pressure on him, so let's see if he proves me wrong, proves me right. Yep, Bystrack getting right up behind him there. Playing it cautious. Rayvert hitting the first zone perfectly. Sliding himself right into the second zone. A little late, but we'll take it. Bystrack riding a comfortable close line. Damn near matching him on angle here. Coming across the center section here. Let's see how they float it and catch it. And again, Bystrack playing it safe here, it looks like.
Yeah, he was doing good in the chase, especially coming out of outer zone number 2. Rayvert tossing a ton of angle as we've been known to see from him. And can confirm from Ricky Hoffman, the track, and I quote, sucks butt. And I'm pulling back on that a little bit.
I can agree with that.
It's really, really, really slick out there, even more so than the previous competition that we saw out of the 235 Gambler class. So the fact that these guys can even make it around track and even show proximity like Bystrack just showed us out of 2 is really amazing. So let's have our judges deliberate on this battle. I'll let you guys know as soon as we have a winner.
Back in the huddle. The judges go.
And we do have a decision. Bystrack gets the win. Bystrack is moving on to the top 8. For me, it was the chase, Dave. For me, Bystrack was just on him in chase, which in these conditions is crazy. And so I'm awarding my brownie points to him.
I got to say, it was his BD entry. And I'll let the fans figure out what I mean by BD. But Bystrack really slung it out. Confidence is key.
Confidence is key. I like that.
You know, this is Maddie's home track, so it all makes sense for it to happen. Proud of him. Good job, Matt.
We have an interesting battle coming up. We have Langlois and Chen back at it again. Guys, please, we don't want to see you battle anymore. We've seen it so much. So much love. It's great, but we just saw these guys battle 4 times. We're about to see it a 5th. All I want is a not one more time here. But let's go ahead and see what we got going on. This will be, apologies for misspeaking, this is the Maturana. Jay, the drifter, is taking his bye run. Samuel Galvin, we saw him go in the wall. Unfortunately, could not get his machine back together within that 5-minute timeout. I don't believe he even called it. So props to him for knowing, what spare parts he had and if he was able to continue. So we thank you for that. And Jay will get a bye run here to showcase that he can complete a lap, and he will move on to the top 8.
I mean, when you can't steer the car off of the track, it's kind of, you ask me, that's way more than a 5-minute job right off of the bat.
And honestly, if you ask me, what am I laying under a car in this weather for? You know,
it's not happening.
I'm going to go, you know what? I got a big fat L in the form of a wall, and I'm going to go ahead and toss that baby on the trailer and deal with it on a dry day.
I couldn't blame you.
Yeah, props to him. We hate to see a car get broken. So congratulations to Jay. He's going to move on to the top 8. And I believe it is Trevor Root and Dirk Stratton back on the line for their one more time battle. And again, we ask these guys just to clean it up. Don't leave it up here for us to decide. Let's see some really nice clean runs here.
Lay it on the line. Don't let the judges decide. Decide for yourselves. Green means go.
All right, and away we go. This is Trevor Root and Dirk Stratton up for their one more time battle. Trevor Root doing a nice job with outer zone number 1, and Dirk chasing him a little conservatively, but he's reeling him in as he gets into outer zone number 2. Root on a mission there, nice and deep in 2, and Dirk popping flames to stay behind him. You can tell he's really working that throttle to stay close to him and chase, especially at this low speed drifting caused by the weather out here today. Root tossing it into outer zone number 3. Dirk Stratton getting in just a little bit later, but picks it up to put it on his door to finish the run out. Nicely done by these guys.
Yeah, Dirk ran himself into a little trouble there, a little snafu right there at the end. Not quite sure what happened, but I'm pretty sure the judge is going to take that into heavy account here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure if it was, pedaling the car to stay behind him, these conditions or what, but that will be a bit of an error in outer zone 3 in the chase. Again, crazier things have happened, but that will put him at a bit of a deficit going into his lead run.
Let's see if he can do it. Big Dirty Dirk Stratton. He's going to come out fast. Trevor right up his rear. Impressive. All right, Dirk laying it out there. Trevor right behind him. Love to see Trevor tighten it up a little bit. Coming across to our inner clip. And the boys are going to transition. Finishing out that last zone. Dirk really deep in there. My goodness.
Yeah, really well done there in the lead by Dirk, and excellent job in the chase by Root as well, sticking with him. We'll have our judges take a look, and we'll let you know when we have a winner. And we do have a winner. Trevor Root gets the win. Trevor Root is going to move on. Unfortunately, that error by Dirk Stratton is going to come back to bite him. Trevor Root moving on to the top 8. All right, so we have this battle again. Langlois this time qualifying higher is going to lead. Nate Chen is going to chase him down. Langlois, little bit of an error there. A little tiny straighten going into outer 1. Nate Chen not as close as I'd like to see him in chase. Langlois coming around that second outer zone, doing a nice job there. Absolutely planted in place. No corrections, no adjustments, allowing Nate to really put it on his door there in the chase position. Langlois coming around that inner clip. Nate Chen is just a little bit high up on him. I'd like to see him where he is now, just a little bit farther back and right in the pocket. Langlois, not a ton of angle in outer 3, and Nate Chen right where we want him there in chase. Nicely done here by both these guys.
And just so the folks at home don't get confused, you guys did just see these two go back to back to back one more time. That was the 235 class. This is now the high roller class, and somehow they happen to be bracketed together in both classes. So
good or bad luck, depending on how you shake it. But yeah, these two drivers are running double duty between the Gambler 235 tire class and the High Roller Unlimited tire class. We're currently almost about to wrap up our top 16 here for the High Roller class, so we're moving on nicely. These guys are our second to last battle. This time Nate Chen is going to lead and Langlois is going to chase him down.
Nate Chen's probably going to put the boogie on it this time. Yep. Big old entry there. Langlois right on him, though. Smooth transition from both of these fellas. Langlois a little shallow, though. Really needs to pull it out, push it out. Nate Chen riding a very wide line here. Right past that inner clip. Onto the transition. Catch it like a football and send it home. That was impressive.
Really well done
these
there.
boys are going to make these judges do the thing again where they got to look at the screen and then now we got to wait. And I know they're going to do it. Look, they're going to get out and give a high five to each other now too. I swear, it's like we're having deja vu right now.
We can say the winner now, though, as opposed to
this
not
time we
being.
can,
Yeah,
huh?
this time we can because it's top 16 of the Unlimited.
All these rules we got to follow.
We got a lot of rules up here. I can tell you don't like them.
No.
Not a rules guy we got on the tower today.
Negative.
Honestly, I'm giving it up to Nate Chen for that last lead, especially in outer zone 3, but Langlois was just on his door. Excellent chase by him, so hopefully the judges can take a look at this replay, the side-by-side, and they can pick out a winner here. We'll let you know as soon as we have one. Well, we got it one more time here. I don't think anybody is shocked. It is what it is. We're going to move on to our next battle. In the meantime, Alex Jaeger and Christian Nelson.
Oh,
This should be an interesting one. We got
Club Loose battle, huh?
Yeah, Club Loose battle. Also, current FD driver, former FD driver. This one should be great. 2 Zs. So this should be an interesting one. I'm really excited to see this battle.
You're not wrong there. 2 Zs, 2 totally different setups. Here we go. Hometown heroes. Let's see what these boys are going to do. Alex
All right.
leading. A little light on his zone there. Just totally missed it, as a matter of fact. Still a little light. There he goes. He's getting himself set up now. Christian dialing it in. Now they're both positioned perfectly. Alex struggling a little to get himself set up, though, there in the beginning half of the course. Nice little transition. Christian playing a little catch-up here. And that's it. We're off to the races.
All right, the green lights are on, and away we go. This time, Christian Nelson is in the lead, and Jaeger is going to chase him down. Nelson throwing it in there to that first outer zone. Ton of angle. Nice job there, allowing Jaeger to really get close to him and chase. Nelson tossing it into outer zone number 2. A little late to get in that zone, but he's firmly planted in there now. Jaeger just right on his door. Nelson, a ton of angle. Looked like he was going to spin, but saves it coming into that inner clip. A little bit far inside on that clip. Jaeger right with him, mirroring his angle right on his door as they come around to outer zone number 3. Nelson getting in just the edge of outer zone number 3, gets all the way in towards the end there, and Jaeger's right with him as they come across the line. We'll let you know as soon as we have a winner. Our judges are taking a look at this as well as their previous run. All right, we have our side-by-side playing here. Both of these runs so the judges can take a look. Choose a winner for you here. Our judges are deliberating here to choose a winner. Obviously, these guys, both talented drivers, throwing down here, making it tough on us, hanging out underneath the tower until we have a winner.
Our judges over here, part of the UN, having quite a discussion.
There is a summit going on around the TV screens, but we do have a winner.
All right, they finally chose a winner. Christian Nelson, going to be moving on. Look at that.
Yep, I think
Won't
he
be
just
the last time we'll see Jaeger, I'm
very
sure.
minimally edged out Jaeger for the win there. Obviously, it was very close. There was a lot of deliberation, but the judges felt he just did a little bit better of a job in the lead and chase, so they went ahead and gave it to him. And he is going to see the winner of this Langlois and Chen battle if we ever get one. All right, we have our next battle on the line. Langlois and Chen again. Langlois in the lead this time. Chen chasing him down. That is not who I'm seeing right now. This is Ricky and Connor O'Sullivan. Connor O'Sullivan in the lead. Ricky Hoffman chasing him down. Connor O'Sullivan doing a great job there in the lead. Ricky going straight a little bit in order to get close to him in the chase position. Connor O'Sullivan not quite as far deep in outer zone number 2 as he should be, hitting that slick spot there, coming around to grab that inner clip. Connor O'Sullivan transitioning across the track. Ricky Hoffman falling back just a little bit in the chase position. Again, him remarking that this track is just extremely slick, so this is really difficult for these guys to really make it around in general. But nicely done here. We're going to flip him around and let Ricky lead and Connor chase him down. All right, away we go this time for the second half of this battle. Ricky Hoffman in the lead, Connor O'Sullivan chasing him down. Ricky Hoffman tossing it into outer zone number 1, getting in it just a little bit late, allowing Connor to really put it on him in the chase position. Ricky transitioning into outer zone number 2. Connor is right with him. Ricky pouring on the angle to put it in outer zone number 2. We hear that 1J screaming and just throwing on the angle there. It's extremely slick in that part of the track, and I think Ricky just fell victim to that really slick part there. Connor O'Sullivan finishing it out. Ricky Hoffman behind him. Just utter shenanigans on track out here, guys.
Slick pavement, a little too slick for Slick Rick.
Unfortunately, Connor O'Sullivan, well, fortunately for Connor, unfortunately for Ricky Hoffman, Connor is going to move on. Ricky just putting a little too much sauce on there, and Connor is moving on to the final 4. All right, here we go for this battle again here at this wet competition this Saturday night here at Raceway Park, the Gambler. Langlois leading, Nate Chen chasing him down. Langlois doing a great job with outer zone number 1. Nate Chen sticking with him as these guys come around to outer zone number 2. Langlois getting a good job in outer zone number 2. Nate Chen right with him. Langlois just very consistent, does not seem phased by these slick conditions. Maybe a little bit less angle than we've seen, but he looks absolutely settled and dialed here in the lead position. Nate Chen sticking with him in chase. Langlois getting absolutely perfect in outer zone number 3, honestly. And Nate Chen right on his door, but you can't have a good chase without a good lead, so give it up to these guys for the first part of this battle. And honestly, love them. Hopefully this is the last time we see this.
Impressive follow there from Nate. Really, really close out here at the end of turn 2. And Langlois just going super wide, damn near hitting this blue and yellow striped wall, which, as any of us know that have driven here or watched driving here, messing with these walls is messing with serious disaster.
Yeah, they don't call it the wall of death for nothing. This time, Nate Chen in the lead. Langlois chasing him down. Nate Chen doing a nice job with outer zone number 1. Transitioning across the track to grab outer zone number 2. Langlois in the chase position, surging up to his door, kind of falling back just a little bit though. A few adjustments there as Nate Chen comes around to grab that inner clip. Nate Chen doing a great job getting into outer zone number 3. Langlois right there in the chase as well. Oh my God. I hate to say that was way too close again. Oh my God. Maybe, do we have darts?
Let's just make them both split prizes.
Nobody wins. Nelson gets a bye.
I'll do the, yeah, let them do the arm
I'm
wrestle.
joking, guys.
No, you know what we'll do? We'll have them do a worm contest. Who can do the worm the best?
All right, and they actually do have a winner. Langlois will get the win. Langlois will get the win, and I don't think anyone can argue that these guys have done enough battle. We're glad he's moving on. Congratulations to him. Obviously, really well done by Nate Chen, putting on a great show. Nate going all the way to the podium in the other bracket, so he obviously cannot be upset about that great showing today. Well done by both these drivers, and let's go ahead and move on to our next battle. All right, on the line now, waiting to go, we have Jaden Maturana and Trevor Root. So Jaden qualifying 4th is going to lead, and Root qualifying 5th is going to chase him down. So this should be a close battle if qualifying is any indication.
Extremely close. 4 and 5. Let's see who gets out alive. Looks like that's Trevor at the line. And here we are. They're out of the gate. Tree is green. Looks like Trevor there in the back. Jaden leading comfortably into the second turn. He needs to widen it up, though. Trevor sitting out there right in the zone that he needs to be in and washing out a little. Well, oh, I don't know if there was a little contact there. I can't tell. Both boys setting up into the last zone and finishing off pretty nicely. Now, that was a little accordion style there from Trevor Root. I'd like to see him close the distance, keep it where it is, and not be in and out, you know.
I agree with you.
As such, like an accordion.
Definitely conditions are a little bit to blame. But obviously, we would like to see a little bit smoother in the chase just to show a bit more car control if you can. Obviously, we're holding him to a perfect standard that might not be achievable given the conditions today, but we're going to measure you against that perfect chase and let you know what you need to do a little better, you know?
We can only judge off of 100.
All right, Trevor Root in the lead here. Jade chasing him down. Trevor doing a nice job there on the lead line, and Jay is all over him in the chase position. Both these drivers coming around outer zone number 2. Trevor Root nice and deep in outer 2, and Jay right with him in the chase, really feathering that throttle all the way in the front of him. Honestly, looking dead even with Trevor Root in the lead. Jay is putting on one heck of a aggressive chase. Trevor doing a great job there in outer zone number 3 as well, and Jay is just still with them as they come across the line. Really well done here by these drivers. What a battle.
Little deliberation here from our judges.
All right, and the judges do have a decision. Trevor Root is going to go ahead and get the win here. Trevor Root gets the win, moves on to the finals. Great job by both these drivers. Jay throwing down here in the lead in the chase. Trevor Root is going to move on and battle Connor O'Sullivan in the final four.
Trevor Root headed to the big show. Josiah and Bystrack going at it for battle here. Josiah in that big wagon, swinging it wide. Bystrack tightening it up, getting right where he needs to, but he's straightening out a little bit. He needs to set himself a little further back there. Yep, right there. That's where he wants to be. Stay right there, Big Daddy Bystrack. All right, a little slow on the catch-up. No. Big old zero for Bystrack there. But he kept it off of the wall. That's what's important there.
Nicely done by these guys here. Let's go ahead and flip them around and get them back to the line. This time, Bystrack is going to lead, and Josiah Falaise is going to chase him down. All right, here we go. Bystrack in the lead. Josiah chasing him down. Bystrack, great job with outer zone number one. Transitioning across the track to grab outer two. Just a little bit late getting in that zone. Josiah right with him there in the chase position, hanging that wagon out there, almost farther back than he should be in that zone. Bystrack doing a nice job grabbing that inner clip, exactly where he should be on that clip as they transition across the track to set themselves up for outer zone at number 3. Bystrack again just at the very edge of that zone. Really nicely done, looking smooth, pouring the angle on as he comes across the line, and Josiah right with him to finish off that run.
Really smooth work from Bystrack there, but I'm a little worried that zero from the last run is going to affect him a little too much.
Yeah, unfortunately. I'm blaming the conditions out here. Like, this is a really tough situation to drive in. There's literal puddles on the track. Today's not a great day for drifting, so it's kind of like a bonus. If you can do great, awesome, but I wouldn't hold it to, their normal driving if someone was able to not do as well as they normally do, if that makes any sense.
Oh, absolutely. And he's got to feel good, Made it into the top 16, which obviously wasn't hard with how many competitors we had, but he's gone on to the 8, so he at least made one step above. So let's see what he's got here from the judges. They're in litigation.
Litigation, I like that. We have our drivers waiting underneath the tower there, just waiting on the decision from our judges. They're taking a look at the side-by-side, really taking the time to deliberate and pick a winner here. All right, and we are going to make it official. The judges are done deliberating, and they're going to give this one to Josiah Falaise, as you predicted. You've been doing great with your predictions out here, buddy.
I mean, that one was kind of made a little easy there. That was
Yeah.
pretty much handed to me. I mean, it's a shame for Bystrack, but this ain't his first rodeo.
Less than winners and losers out here today. We're seeing the track just claim victims. It's just victims of a wet track.
Oh,
is
absolutely.
What's going on. All right, we're already jumping into our next battle here. We have Langlois in the lead and Christian Nelson chasing him down. Langlois doing a good job with outer zone number 1. I'd like to see him a little bit deeper. Christian Nelson diving up on him when they get to outer zone number 2. Langlois is actually doing a great job with this zone. Nelson is right with him as they come around here. Absolute perfect proximity by Nelson as they come out of outer zone number 2 to grab that inner clip. Really, really well done in the chase there, but Langlois is on a great line, a nice smooth lead, making it easy for Nelson to really put it on his door here, and he does to end out outer zone number 3. Great job here by both these drivers. Give it up for them.
Awesome, awesome driving by Christian. Same with Langlois. I'm interested to see what Christian lays down on his lead run.
All right, our lights are out and away we go.
Christian Nelson going to dive in on the lead. Really deep in that outer zone right there. Absolutely perfect. Langlois, a little shallow. Needs to play a little bit of catch-up here. Christian takes himself a second to settle into the zone, but he's right there where he needs to be. Perfect angle. Langlois finally catching himself up there and putting himself where he needs to be. Center clip that we, oh, there we go. I can finally see it there. Nice little transition here from both of these gentlemen. And Christian just tucking it in right where it needs to go and finishing it off with an exclamation point.
Yeah, great job in the lead, especially in outer zone number 3. A little bit of an error on both of the drivers going into 2. Nelson just not really on the proper line, but neither was Langlois, to be honest with you. So I don't know how heavy that's going to weigh in the judges' eyes. We're going to wait and see. We'll let you know as soon as we have a decision. All right, the conditions strike again, so we have a one more time between these drivers. I have a feeling that it was the errors on both parts and that part of the run getting into 2, but they will go one more time before we head into the finals. Thank you guys for hanging in there. We're about to get down to the business here. We have our final 4 drivers almost set, and then we will do like so many podiums that you're going to freak out. So there's plenty of action about to happen. Hang in there. We'll get right back into it.
All right, Connor O'Sully, Trevor Root, making a little jump before we do a OMT, so let's see what these boys got. Connor O'Sully, super comfortable, going right out into the outer zone, a little shallow though. See if he can plant himself into 2. A little late to the party, but both of these cars are in just the right position. I want to see Trevor Root a little closer though. He's taking his time to play catch up. Got our judges watching closely, ever so diligently. Man, Connor O'Sully just stretching that out there like a big old piece of cheese.
All right, here we go for the second half of this battle. Root in the lead, O'Sully chasing him down. These guys have seen battle a million times against each other, so of course it's going to be exciting. Root throwing it in there to the first outer zone. O'Sully right on him in chase, doing a great job there. Root just absolutely planted in outer zone number 2. Connor O'Sullivan basically jumping in his driver's window in the chase, excellent job there as well. Trevor Root coming around to cross this track, setting himself up for outer zone number 3, and Connor O'Sullivan right on his door. Trevor Root getting wide, Connor getting wide as well, but they managed to keep it together as they cross the line.
Risky business from Trevor Root at the end of that run there.
Yeah, Connor O'Sullivan on a mission here, even though he's already clinched the number 1 spot in the points here. The battle really is for number 2, and with Dirk Stratton getting knocked out early, it's looking really good for Christian Nelson. And honestly, Brian Hopp in 4th is sitting up in the tower with us, so we might actually have our top 3 in points. Yeah.
Oh, Brian
top
Hopp,
3 in
look at
points
that.
already set.
He's right next to me, folks. You should have seen my head just snap. I almost broke my neck. Big Brian Hopp in 4th. See, now if your ass
Well,
drove,
unfortunately,
you could have been on a damn podium for the season, but you decided not to drive because you want to be an Appalachian now.
Unfortunately, Trevor Root may surpass Brian Hopp since he is not actually driving today. So we might have a shakeup with 3rd.
Everybody
but we'll
boo
let you
Brian
know.
Hopp right now for not driving. Everybody at home, I want to see in the chat, boo. Everybody boo Brian Hopp. Baby, you're in 4th, not driving every event because you got it.
So you have 153 points. And Root,
Sling that big thing out on the track like you'd be slinging mulch.
and we do have a winner here. Connor O'Sullivan is going to get the win and head to the finals. Connor O'Sullivan heading to the finals. And we have yet to determine his opponent. All right, here we go. We're back on the line. That one more time battle between Langlois and Nelson. Langlois in the lead, Nelson chasing him down. Langlois putting that E46 all the way to the edge of that zone. Really well done when compared to his previous run. So I'm going to give it up to him there. Plenty of props. Nelson on his door as they come around outer zone number 2. Absolutely planted in the chase position. Nelson is a chase animal. He's got his underglow going as well. As I say that, little baby correction, but I think that's going to be all right. Langlois heading across the track into outer zone number 3. Hanging it out there to set himself up in that zone. And Christian Nelson right on his door as they cross the line. Give it up for these guys. Really well done by both of these drivers.
Solid performance on both of their parts. Now I'm interested to see what that gap was all about in the beginning, because Christian was playing quite a bit of catch-up just at first. Look at that awesome Raceway Park sign. Yeah, drone guy showing it all for us. All right, these boys are going to lock it in again. Christian Nelson going to lead this time. Hopefully he can clinch his spot. Christian coming out strong. Big early entry there. Locking it into that outer zone. Langlois, little shallow. Christian just dialing it in this zone again. He is perfectly just set. He's got it. Sarah's up here screaming her head off. Whoop. Sarah just about screaming her head off here.
I thought he was spinning for sure.
Langlois almost didn't give Christian the room to transition there. That was wild.
This is getting wild up here.
All right, and we made it to the end of that. That was a little
Spicy.
tumultuous.
Something's going on. You know, I don't really mind what's going on except for if it's a one more time, you know? They've done battle enough.
Enough one more time, judges. Yeah, you.
Our judges are taking a look at the replay, just deliberating here. We'll let you know as soon as they have a decision. The winner here is going to see Josiah Fillets in the Final Four. And then once we decide the right side of the bracket, they will see Connor O'Sullivan in the finals. Trevor Root got knocked out by Connor, but he is still in the mix because he will battle for a third place position, bottom of the box. And we'll keep you guys posted. All right, and our judges do have a decision. Thank goodness. Langlois will get the win. Langlois will get the win. It was extremely close, but the judges felt that he had a little bit better of a lead in chase, narrowly beating out Nelson. So great job to both of these drivers. Langlois will head on to the finals.
All right, so what's your name and where are you from?
Ricky Hoffman, and I live about 10 minutes away, Millstone, New Jersey.
Little hometown hero action.
All right.
So tell us a bit about your machine, chassis, engine, little high level.
This is a 1997 Nissan 240SX S14. It's got a 900 horsepower, Rad Industries 2J under the hood, G-Force, the whole nine. Good car, good car.
All right, and it's a bit of a damp day out today. How has the car been in these conditions?
So this track is quite possibly the worst track ever in the rain, but it also makes it a lot of fun because you can just go lap after lap after lap after lap. Like I just did 8 laps in a row in practice, and I ran the car to fuel in practice. I've never been able to do that before. So as much as the rain makes the driving a little different, it also brings another factor of fun to it as well.
Absolutely. And how does it feel being on the other side? Sure, you're not in the points race. You're usually a judge for us. How does it feel to be on the comp side of it?
Oh, I love it. Competitions are the most fun thing in the world. It's just, usually throughout the year, this thing needs to get worked on 24/7. Now that my competition season's over, I can come do some hometown stuff. It's the best. I love being here.
Well, awesome. We love to have you. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Good luck out there, buddy.
All right, we have Langlois about to head back to the line against Josiah. He's just putting some fuel in the car. He's been doing a lot of battles, so I understand that it needs it. The old girl needs a little gas because he's been going one more time since lunch. So as soon as he heads back to the line, we'll have him up against Josiah Flays, and we will decide a winner, and they will see Connor O'Sullivan in the finals. Now, whoever loses this battle will see Trevor Root, because you got to fight for third around here. Nothing's given. And that will be who stands at the bottom of the podium today. Of course, we do have a points race that is pretty much decided at this point. It's just basically how far Connor O'Sullivan's going to put himself into the lead. So congratulations to all these drivers coming out. We love the Gambler. We love to see it, especially these repeat performers coming out throwing down. So thank you guys so much for tuning in, paying attention. And we're about to get back into the action in just a few minutes.
We are in the final 4, folks, so pay attention and just wait and see what happens, because Connor O'Sullivan is hungry for a win.
All right, we have Josiah Flace back to the line. Coming down, we see him exiting the burnout box is Langlois. Josiah qualifying second will lead, and Langlois will chase him down. All right, the lights are on. Away we go. Josiah in the lead. Langlois to chase him down. Josiah throwing that wagon in there, that first outer zone. Really well done there as he exits across the track. Langlois trying to put it in his pocket there as they get into outer zone number 2. Josiah just putting that thing where it should be in outer zone number 2. Really well done there. It's long, right? It's easy to keep it in that zone. I'm just kidding, guys. Langlois is doing a great job getting in his pocket in the chase as well, as Josiah transitions across the track to grab outer zone number 3. Absolute perfect placement into 3 by Josiah, and Langlois trying to chase him down, trying to put it close to him as they come across the line.
Yeah, Josiah putting that thing in all the right places. Langlois, little trouble keeping up there in that one transition into the last turn, but he set himself up right for success by the end of the run. And interested to see him lead here. He's a strong driver. He's proven himself quite a bit today. They're going to switch places, and we'll see what Langlois has on the lead. Tree is green. Let's go. Josiah staying right behind him. Whoops. Langlois putting that thing way out there, hanging his bumper right over that grass and mud. There we go. Josiah putting it right up in his door. Big old backfire there. Wow.
Looking spicy there across the line. Our judges are going to take a look at the side-by-side here. We will let you know when we have a winner. The winner of this battle will face Connor O'Sullivan in the finals, and the loser will face Trevor Root to battle for third. Winner gets the bottom spot on the podium. Loser goes home with nada. And I will add that there's money on the line here too. We pay out all the way through third, so fourth is walk-in. So it does matter to battle for third place as well. So there's a lot on the line here for these drivers.
What will the judges decide? Who knows?
All right, we have a winner here today. They have deliberated, and Josiah Fillets gets the win. Josiah Fillets gets the win, moves on. He's going to see Connor O'Sullivan in the finals. Langlois will head back to the line when he's ready, of course, to battle Trevor Root for third. Now keep in mind, this is not just a third place battle. It's for who's going to stand on the bottom of the box, who is going to hold a big check. The loser gets nothing, so it does matter here. We're going to watch that third place battle. We will let you know who wins. But then after that, you guys need to join us at the podium immediately after this so that we can perform a podium ceremony for you guys. We're doing a ton of them. We need to do both of these brackets as well as both of the points championships, so this should be interesting. We'll see you guys directly after this.
Big checks, big checks, big checks.
All right, here we go for our third place battle. Langlois is in the lead. Trevor Root is chasing him down. The winner of this stands at the bottom of the box, gets a big check. Loser gets nothing. Stakes are high here for the third place battle. Langlois doing a great job getting into our zone number 2. Trevor Root is right with him there as they come around that apex of that turn. Langlois doing a great job there, staying absolutely settled, allowing Root to get close to him in the chase. Coming across the track, both these drivers transition. Langlois setting himself up nice for outer zone number 3, and Trevor Root is right with him there, slowing down just a little bit as they come across the line. Well done for this first lap of this third place battle.
Yeah, both of these dudes are really, really dialed in here, really focused. It's going to be interesting to see when they switch places here and see what position they can both wind up in. One of them's going home with nothing, though, that's for sure. Lights are going green. Trevor Root's leading. See what we got. Langlois sticking it right to him on the entry here. Nice transition. Almost smacking bumpers. Both cars set. Absolutely buried in zone 2 here. A lot of woo-woos up here from the crowd. Both cars just set, dialed in perfectly. Can they finish off smooth? Yep.
Great battle here for third place. Obviously, our judges are going to need to see a side-by-side of that. That was way too close to call. We'll let you know the winner of this battle, so we know who is coming down to the podium with us. But that's it from here on out. You guys are going to have to join us at the podium ceremony. Of course, we'll still have it on the live stream as well for you guys to check out. Yeah, of course. I'm getting corrected up here. We are still running the finals, but we will not be telling you the winner of that final battle. Our judges are deciding the winner of the third place battle right now, and then we'll head into the final battle of the night, the last battle of the season. Let's get some energy going here. As soon as we have a winner, we will let you guys know. All right, we do have a winner for third place, and we will announce that for you guys. Langlois is getting the win. Langlois is getting the win, and he will be on the bottom of the podium tonight. Well done by both these drivers. Great job by Trevor Root, our winner of the last man standing pot. And we will head into our final battle of the night, Connor O'Sully, Josiah Falaise. And then we need you guys to join us at the podium immediately after so we can perform our podium ceremony and announce all of our winners.
All right, folks, we got our final battle here. Connor O'Sully versus Josiah Felice, sorry. What do we got here? Connor O'Sully leading, strong lead, too. And whoa! Oh, my goodness. Did not see that coming, folks.
Too much sauce. That is unfortunate. Not how we wanted to see it go down, everybody.
Whoa. Why?
Unfortunately, Connor
He's running
O'Sullivan just
91.
putting way too much sauce on that first lead run, basically handing it to Josiah, but it's not over until it's over. We do have a second half of this battle to run, but Connor O'Sullivan at a massive deficit here in the finals.
Yeah, that was a surprise. I did not see that coming.
All right, the lights are out. Away we go. This is the final, potentially the last drift battle of the night. Josiah Felice in the lead. Connor O'Sullivan chasing him down. As long as Josiah can keep it together for this run, that is it. He's got it in the bag. Connor O'Sullivan not letting him get away with it easy. He's putting it on his door as they come around outer zone number 2. This is some exciting drifting, guys, from a couple of Gambler veterans out here. Josiah in that wagon coming around that inner clip, just looking absolutely dialed. Connor O'Sullivan trying to make a mess up, getting into the side of him a little bit as they come around outer zone number 3 and across the line. All right, guys, that is it. We will let you know when we have a decision, and you guys need to join us down at the podium to announce all of our winners here tonight, from the Gambler 235 tire class to the Unlimited High Roller class and all of our points champions. Make sure you guys join us down on track in front of the podiums as soon as we have a winner. there. Get up there. He's demanding his cash, guys.
I already forgot it was there.
Yeah, right?
I didn't know. I forgot it was there too. I didn't want to hold it.
Up next, guys, we're going to do the result of the high roller event. The unlimited tire high roller event winners are going up next. So that was what you just saw. We're going to do point championship champions. We're going to head down to the podium here, please. Alright, we have all of our high rollers down here. Our high roller drivers. You guys ready? In third place, get it up. He's already got a check. He's going to get another. Hey, wow, come on down, baby. Alright, and your winner here tonight, your high roller unlimited tire register, Josiah Blaine, come on down! Which means you have Connor O'Sullivan in second. Give it up for the man. Come on.
E46! E46!
You're right. 3 E46. 2 SDF.
That's honestly, I think that's one of the highlights right there. Podiums, all E46s. That's bad. Is that 20?
Here, let me hide that. Hold on. Wow! How did he pop that so fast? Wow! The boy got a rain jacket on. He's like, yeah, champagne.
Take a picture. Haley, take a picture.
Somebody take it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Three drivers, everybody driving hard tonight. Excellent job. After this, we're going to do our 235 Gambler Series points champions, and then we'll finish up tonight with our high roller points champions.
Thank you.
Take a picture with the dog.
Alright guys, we're going to do our Gambler 235 Series points champions. Alright, I hope you're all down here. I hope you're paying attention. Chris Snap is getting ready. He's got something extra special for you guys. Thanks to one of our sponsors here. Not to say which sponsor he can give it away. Alright. You guys ready? In third place, with 306 points in the season, give it up for Connor O'Sullivan! In second place, with 352 points, give it up for Trevor Root!
You're young!
And your 2024 points champion, Athletic Raceway from the 235 Gambler Series with 385 points, Nate Shed! I think I'll already start with you right now. Give it up for your points champions here on the podium. With some Gambler Series for our leading sponsors. Another big check for some money, baby. And of course, oh no, their top.
No. Over here. That one's gonna track Modelo?
Never mind. I got digital pictures.
Oh, word.
Yeah. You can tell he's scared.
You're gonna get wet.
First try is the rain coat there. Great job, guys. Thanks for coming out and seeing. We're going to that to every single event. Congratulations, we love having you. I don't know about those days driving down here, we might have to have like a day trip. I don't know.
Outside shower we got.
Alright, and finally we have the Hot Roller Series. These guys get to keep all the money every round. So you guys are not getting Roller Series. Still on R, you guys. You guys had a great season. You're going to stand on the podium. So in third place, I'm not going to be out here, but in third place, with 225 points, is Dirk Mountain. Someone is going to be the point of the business here for us. In second place, with 251 points, Christian Nelson. And in first place, with 389 points, your student, 2024 High-Roller Different Series winner, absolute dominance in this battle of the podium. Finished first or second at every single high roller round. So give it up for him, guys. I think you're going solo. Who wants to step in on the podium and kick up here? Let's hear it, dude. Connor's not going to want to see a beater for like 6 months.
Let's get it, baby. I'm going to watch championship.
Alright, let's get those two displays.
Double down, Soaked it up.
Have I seen your great stepping out of water and fire again? I sure hope you guys.
At least he's got 200K on him, bro. It's just absorbing.
I'll send you a Dropbox link. Thank you, no problem.
Are you fucking kidding me? Where's the rest of your homies at, dude? Come on, homies. We all have it.
Sorry, man. My bad. You want pictures? Pictures? Pictures. Okay. Hey.